You guys, I am already in love with this music. Like, this is so cool. This is already reminding me of, like, Dragon Warrior monsters and stuff like that. I wonder if it... Okay, so it just automatically starts replaying. Good to know. Hello, my friends. How are we all doing today? I am super excited for this. Like, I have not touched the game at all, but just from like what I've witnessed so far, it's a little bit of Pokemon, it's a little bit of Shin Megami Tensei, it's a whole lot of Demi-Kids, maybe even a little bit of Telefang. The music reminds me of Dragon Warrior monsters. There's a whole bunch of different Monster Collection games that instantly come to mind from my childhood, and it seems like this is a project that had a lot of passion put behind it. So, I'm just really excited. You know, normally I'd be against a game that has Shin Megami Tensei style fusion mechanics, but I learned after watching this trailer that if it's got cute monsters, or cool monsters, or just monsters that I like the design of, none of the other stuff matters. I'll still play it. So here we have Monster Crown. This is going to be a bonus stream today. I'm hoping to run until about 6:30. And we've got some potentially cool stuff lined up. As I mentioned on Twitter, there is a special monster password that I've been given by the dev of the game. It'll be public probably sometime this week, but to my knowledge, it's not public yet. My stream will be the first time that people are able to use it. I'm also going to be giving out several copies of the game throughout the course of the stream. Your only requirement for being here or for being eligible is that you're in the chat, being active. I don't know if you have to like type anything. I would say something at least once so that the chat knows that you're online. But the only other requirement is that you be present to claim it. So, you know, when I do the exclamation point winner and it picks a random person from chat, I'll give you about a minute to claim your prize. If I don't hear a response in the chat, then we'll move on to the next person. Whoever wins, please either have Discord and be able to DM me or have Twitter and private message me. I'm open on both channels. There's nothing holding you up. And third, I don't have hard confirmation on it yet, but we might have a surprise interview in the middle of the stream, which I think would be really cool. So yeah, that's about everything that I can think of at the moment. So in fact, why don't we give some love before we even know what this game is about? Why don't we reward the people that are here already? Because we've got 5 codes to give out. So why don't we start by giving out code number 1 right now? Let's pick a winner. And our first winner is Cannibal Kiwi. Literally. Literally. The last person. Tell you what, Cannibal, I will make this a requirement though. Would you go ahead and click that follow button for me? Oh, he already is. Look at you. What a champ. Alright, Cannibal, would you go ahead and reach out to me either on Discord or on Twitter, and I'll get you a code right now before we get started. Discord is probably the easier method just because I don't have to check my message requests. But either one works. If you need, my Discord is here, or you can also send a message to this account. Part of me wants to, like, fill the time by playing some of the other music that's on the game's YouTube channel, but I don't want to spoil it for myself. Like, I want to play the battle theme, but I want to wait and actually hear the battle theme. Twitter's fine, dude. I offered it as an option. There you are. I'm gonna code some of it. Let me see. What is something that shows up at least twice? Yes. Okay. So, I have sent you the code, but I masked it just in case there's any bots or anything. All you need to know is that the question mark is a P. When you put the code in, the question mark is the letter P. I'm using a Blue Yeti microphone. I would not use this for official voiceover stuff, but for stuff like streams, it's pretty affordable and pretty good, decent quality. All right. Well, with that being said, I think I've talked enough about the game. Let's just get straight into the game. Assuming that the Steam controller works. Does the Steam controller want to work? Are we going to have to use keyboard? All right, we'll use keyboard. Oh, no, it does work. Okay, cool. Press enter to bind buttons. Keyboard, controller. Okay, so A, B, tab is left shoulder, return is start. C is X. So use selected power. Okay. Toggle abilities is left shoulder. Monster action, monster toggle. Right shoulder. All right, I can figure that out. Display. No. How do I switch it? How do I switch it? Oh, I'll do this. I don't want it small. I want it big. There we go. Nice. But now, let's shrink this up. There we go. Nice and easy, just the way it's supposed to be. Oh, I can probably... Yeah, that's how I had it. That way I can see the chat and everything else at the same time. It's so quiet. It's so ominous. Well, normally I would not be streaming at all today, Chairbeth. This is kind of a bonus stream. Accepting, checking. Yeah. What is your name? Start to finish. Do I type it in? I do. Nice. Nice. You can choose your pronouns in this. That's some forward thinking. What do you look like? What color would you like? Oh, this is cool! This is neat! So if the dev is listening, how much can I pay you to make a Luxray color scheme? Blue jacket, yellow hair. Please? Please. Alright, well this is the file I plan to play on, so I am gonna pick one that, like, I actually want to look at for an extended period of time. Which will probably be this one. Give me some more of that music. 8 years ago. Lux, camping like this is a lot of fun, isn't it? It's important to remember, though, that the wilds can be very dangerous. Luckily for us, we're only a few minutes from home, and we've got our pal Tidon here. It's important to remember that these lands are home to monsters of all shapes and sizes. So whenever you're out in the wilderness, you have to be extra careful. A monster to protect yourself. A map to find your way. Only a fool would travel without protection. Lux, let me tell you a bit about the difference between man and monster. What are those white eyes in the background? Monsters pursue their own wild goals without much care for humans. However, mankind is resourceful. Many years ago, divine symbols were discovered that, when printed on a scroll, allow monster and man to form a pact that offers benefits to both. Mankind's intelligence and ability to travel allow their companion monsters to face a variety of challenges and grow strong, while the strength of a monster offers protection and power. But don't forget, Lux. Celeste? Popper! I want that pupper! I want that pupper! I want that pupper! She's going to fight Asgore. Seeking power above all else can come at a price none of us are prepared to pay. Yeah! Yeah! I want that music. Oh, you can change it at any time! Together they rose to tear down the old world and build it anew. As long as you go back home, you can change it at will! That's so cool that you're not locked into this. I was wondering at first if a text box was gonna show up, or if it was just gonna be like, go to your bed, and all that shows up is yes, no, or cancel. Could you imagine in real life if, like, at the end of the day, you just stood in front of your bed in VR, and, like, this set of options, it was like, yes, no, cancel. And, if you hit yes, you just kind of fell forward onto the bed and started sleeping. You may encounter many tough monsters in the wild and wish to add them to your team. To do so, you must offer the foe a monster pact. Also, is my audio okay versus the music? This pact offers the monster a guarantee of joining your team and growing powerful. A monster will consider the level difference of your party, being impressed if you far outclass it. It will also become more likely to join you if you have greatly reduced its health and demonstrated your prowess. Offer the monster the pact, and it will consider your offer. If the monster is impressed, it will join you, otherwise they'll scoff at the pact. You can only have 8 monsters in your party. Additional monsters will be sent to the farm and can be retrieved from any town after registering at the post service in Crossroads Town. In the wild, monsters will seek to attack you in self-defense or simply because your presence irritates them. In order to come out on top, you must ensure your opponent's HP bar reaches the 0 before yours does. Oh, okay. Matchups. Malicious prey upon unstable types with their sadistic machinations. So purple beats green, poison destroys grass. Brute's immense strength powers through the malicious type schemes. So purple is kind of like a poison dark type, so fighting beats dark type. Will types will use their shield-like fortitude to endure the brute's power. That's easy enough. Water beats fire. Shield beats fighting. Relentless always have the stamina to eventually wear down the will type. So thunder beats light, or thunder beats water. Relentless beats, if you're beating on a shield until it breaks. Unstable can confuse and exhaust even the Relentless type. Okay, so Relentless are kind of high energy. I'm guessing Earth beats Thunder, Green beats Yellow. That should be relatively easy to remember. There's a lot of similar color schemes. Build a team that allows each monster to reach its true potential. Okay. Once you've defeated all foes, your party will gain experience. If you'd like to turn off team experience and have only participants gain EXP, you can toggle... Look at that! I love games. I love games that give you the option on how you want to play the game. If you don't like team experience, like recent Pokemon games force on you, you can turn it off. This is really cool. I like this a lot. Once you've learned the basics of monster battle, you can begin using more advanced strategies. One such strategy is monster synergy. Expertly coordinating a powerful team of monsters to switch out and specialize in the heat in battle will build your synergy bar. Defending will build synergy as well. Okay, so there is a point to defending. Attacking when synergy is built up will cause it to unleash, multiplying the power of your attacks and adding interesting side effects. While the full abilities of synergy are not yet known, one thing is clear: having your monster knocked out will cause you to lose all built-up synergy. Okay. Use care when building synergy and add a new dimension. So I'm guessing maybe if you use like a super effective attack, it might build up synergy? I'm hoping it's not just attacking in general, or that using any attack will use up your synergy. If it's the synergy will be used up when it's at max, I can see that being a good strategy. This is what I was talking about! This is what I was talking about! The breeding system takes elements from both parents. It's not just Monster A and Monster B creates this entirely different monster species. You can see in this picture that if you breed like this one monster that's kind of like a hunched over quadruped with the color palette and the guy who has like the eye spikes, the offspring will have Chow elements from both parents. Dragon Warrior Monster was similar to Shin Megami Tensei, whereas if you bred a slime and a slime, you could get like a king slime, but the king slime didn't look like the original slimes. It was its own monster species. Or like if you bred a king slime and like a different monster, you get a zombie king. And the zombie king didn't look anything like the two monsters you used to breed together. This game actually makes the offspring look like the parents. It's $20 on Steam right now. Any monster can crossbreed with any other, creating true hybrids. Every monster is capable of breeding with each other in this game. The new crossbreed will have traits of both parents and some new ones as well. These new types of monsters are unknown to the world, so when you create them, be sure to give this brand new species an appropriate name, or press start to have when you create a species that isn't recognized in the game world, you can name the new species. You can name the new species and have it recognized in the game world. That is so cool! That is amazing. In order to use monster breeding, enter the barn at the farm and approach Meryl, the monster husbandry expert. Use the slots on the bottom. Look at the monster egg! Secondary parent. Once these are set, you click breed to generate a monster egg. Pay close attention to the monsters. The crown icon will change depending on how many generations of breeding it took to create the monster. So what I want to know is what the difference is between the primary and secondary parent. Does it change which stats they get? Does it change their overall look? I really like this music, though. Oh. Oops. I didn't mean to soft reset. At least it does exactly what you asked it to do. The offspring gets its HP, res, magic attribute, and color. So from the primary, it gets its general looks and its type. Okay. Passes species, attack, defense, and speed. Interesting. Why does my hair looks like I made it into a pancake? So I'm hoping we at least get far enough to where I can turn in the monster codes that I got, because that way it will be a good segue for handing in the code. The Monster King, Luffy. Gotta tame, gotta tame! Alright. Let's actually save this time. Oh, look at the bee! I want the bee. I want the bee. Good morning, Lux. Are you rested up for the day? Why don't you go outside and see what your father wants? Mom said the day this was put up was the second proudest day of their lives. It's a shelf of very old books. It's an old chest of Dad's. He said we'll look through it together when I'm older. Oh, Dad's gonna die. Dad's toast. He's so toast. Keyboard. Okay, tab, toggle abilities, return, start. Okay. I really like this music. This is so cool. This really does give me that Demi Kids vibe. Chicken! No! I want to talk to the chickens. Oh! It's a cuckoo. It's a cuckoo. Look at that! That's so cool! Just these random overworld events.
Lux, there you are. Did Mom finally wake you up? Hope you're rested up. We need to clear that new field to the southwest and start laying seed. If we don't do it this week, the crops won't have the time to grow by harvest. Go to the field, pick up the pumpkins, and feed them to Tidon. Or you can crush them with B. Afterwards, come back and let me know you got it done. We are feeding the good boy. We are feeding the good boy.
No, we are feeding them. When out in the field, tell your monster to sit with Y and feed. With Y? What is Y? Okay. Monster action. Okay. Oh, he takes bites! Oh, he do little bites, little chompies. I believe that there is like a karma system in this game. You can choose to be, it's similar to like Shin Megami Tensei. You can choose to either be like a savior, a paragon, or like a ruthless ruler.
Got it done? Great! Now that we've cleared the field, we need some good raw force to prepare for planting. We'll use a cart to soften it up, but that's no job for humans. We're gonna need a real tough monster to get it done properly. So Lux, think you could handle being a monster tamer? Yes? Great!
Oh my god, this fucking slaps. Wait until someone does like a metal guitar remix of this song. This is where you can choose actions. For now, let's attack. As you can tell by the blue shield to the right of its name, Rodask is the will type. That means he's weak to relentless type attacks. Swipe is a relentless type attack. Select the attack swipe. Oh, cool. So attack. Okay. Now there's some massive damage. From here you could finish him, or you could use the offer option to offer a pack to Rodask and add him to your team. Go on, try to recruit him. This is... You guys, I played the crap out of Demi Kids back during middle and high school. I remember so fondly sitting either at the gym when my mom was working out, I would sit on the second floor and play Demi Kids, or in the theater green room playing Demi Kids, and this is bringing back vivid memories of recruiting monsters like Jack Frost and Succubus in Demi Kids. My inner child is like really, really happy right now. You must have really impressed it with that attack. Ideally, you want to be a few levels higher than them. Now that you've got a grasp for the basics, I've got a mission for you. You're a natural. What up, Topsy-Turvy, and rest well, Gadget. A monster will want nothing to do with someone like you, not unless you have something to give it in return. Monsters vie for power, territory, food. That's just scraping the surface. You're going to need some packs to convince them to join you. They'll understand it well enough to either accept or decline, and from there,
You'll either have them join you, or, well, why don't you just give it a try? I'll let you borrow my Tidon. Just be careful with him. He's got a nasty bite, and he's not quite as tame as he could be. Go out to the road and find me the biggest, toughest Premagon you can to plow those fields. If you tame anything else, we'll have to release it. Remember, this monster is for the farm, so anything you tame right now, you won't be able to take on your adventure.
Is my baby boy. I love him.
So, where does the... I'm not sure which of these screens is the HUD. Can I pet? Hold on. Hold on. What does that do? I'm not sure what that ability is. Okay, so that's heal. That's come to me. Okay. And I use that. Okay. So that's toggling which ability I use. I thought it was pet the monster. I got really hopeful. Let's see. Nice. Okay.
Wow, you got a big, strong one. Great job, Lux. Well, I've got a little surprise for you since you did a great job today. Last week when I made that trip into Charity Kingdom, I bought you a comic book. Why don't you take a break for now, maybe give it a read? Oh, don't forget to check the back cover. There's something there I want you to see. The comic is interesting and enjoyable, but it's not the first issue, so the story is hard to follow. And on the back cover, you find a personality quiz. Answer these questions and mail it in with 1G to win your very own monster. Oh. I guess this is how your starter gets chosen. Oh, the developer's here? What's their username? Oh, what's up, dude? Good to have you here. Hey, so would you be willing to hop on either Skype or Discord for an interview in about an hour and 15 minutes, or do you need to do it like now or later or something like that? For those of you who don't know, Devoted to Neurosis is Crown Dev. They're the developer for this game. So first of all, congratulations on your successful early access and your Kickstarter and everything. Yeah, hour 15 from now, so 4 p.m. And
I don't know how much of my stream you've heard already, but yes, this is giving me Demi Kids vibes all over the place, and I'm already enjoying the music thoroughly. I'm so happy that you were able to pursue this, and I feel like I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this on my own time. I may follow up with a future stream on this if I need filler, but most of this, I want people to play this game and experience it for themselves, for sure. But anyway, dance or punk? See, that's hard, because I like stuff like Panic at the Disco, but I like electronic dance music too. For a hobby, I prefer... Only because of Uno and orange juice. This qualifies because of Uno and orange juice. Wow, 1 week later. Okay. Just laying in bed, eyes wide open. When's my zoo books gonna get here? Mom, where's my zoo books? Did it come with a free tiger monster? It's time to wake. Oh, good morning. What's with the expression? Oh, today is... You're expecting to get a zoo books in the mail, aren't you? I wish you would have asked me before you sent that. It sounds an awful lot like a scam. Don't feel bad, Lux. We all fall for these things at times. Just all of a sudden, mailman's like, package for you, hurls a box against the door. You just hear thunk. Ah! It's my monster! When I was a girl, I sent money in to a sweepstakes for x-ray glasses, but they never came. Now, why don't you go see if your father... Knock, knock. The door... The door has a voice. Knock, knock, knock.
Lux, you better hurry on out here. I don't think this cage is gonna hold much longer.
Can you imagine the Amazon delivery guy coming up with a cage to the door? The monster's like snapping outside of the bars, trying to bite his face off. He's like, just sign for the package, please. It's my monster. Opens a package of several thousand bees.
Ah.
It's a mailman.
Yes, you, young boy. You sure that Lux is old enough to handle this?
Of course. Lux is already 14. That's plenty old enough.
Well, it came with all the appropriate paperwork, I suppose. Just sign here and tick off the type of monster next to it for records, okay?
Oh, he vicious. Oh. Oh, it recommends. I'm taking the pupper. I'm taking the pupper. We have to, chat. We gotta name it Carl. Hold on. I'm just checking something else real quick. Okay. We gotta take Carl with us. We have to. Oh, look at this little one. It must be a first level.
I've never seen one like this before. I can't even tell what type it is. Unstable? Brute?
No, it's definitely relentless.
Well, Lux, you're off the hook from farming today. Why don't you spend some time training your new monster and seeing how it grows? Go fight some of the monsters outside the farm, and come talk to me when your new buddy here is a bit stronger. I might have a job for a young monster tamer who shows some potential.
Raise your monster a level to convince Dad you're ready to be a real-life tamer. Party experience share is currently on and will split your experience across all party members if you tame more monsters. Feel free to toggle it on or... Okay, so it splits it across everyone. I'm okay with that. I'm fine with that. If it gives the same amount to everyone, then you get over level too quickly, but if it's an option of either focus training one monster or training your entire party, good stuff. Good stuff, Dev. I love my pupper. Carl is such a good boy. All right. Laz! Laz? EXO, how did you end up in this game? Okay, Dark, yes. Silver Dash and Dark Tooth. Dashes around. Oh my god, you can give Carl the zoomies! You can give Carl the zoomies! Oh, he's just dead. Yeah.
That dog looks like Houndour.
Wait, I can feed him.
Ah, he's a happy pupper.
Oh, he's cool. We gotta not kill them, like, instantly. I gotta tame some of these monsters. So what is this little target thing for? Like, does it let me look ahead to see if there's any monsters coming up? Oh, is this just basically like it lets me look ahead before I move forward? I don't know what scouting means. Interesting. Oh, come on! Join me! Yes! Okay. Oh, those are big boys. How do I use the ability? Okay. So I tried doing that, but it didn't actually work. Do I just push 1 again? Do I push Z? I'm not sure. Just survive long enough, Rodask. Alright, one more and I think we should be good to make the pact. No, you know what? I don't want to put Rodask at risk. Join me. Yes! Now, how do we find more packs is the question. Because I really wanted to get that, I really wanted to get that armadillo-looking thing. Oh, big boy. Z didn't do anything. Yeah, that didn't seem to do anything. She's doing okay. Oh, he's a big boy. Oh my goodness. So I might ask when the dev comes back, how to actually do that. Woo! Hopefully we can buy some more packs soon and recruit some more monsters.
Is your monster doing well? I think you could use...
What are you talking about? It leveled up. I think it did. Oh, he's very close to it. My baby. I guess it just forces them to come to you and start the battle? What up, Extra Crispy? There we go. I think that'll level us up. No? Okay, so currently when you level up, or it shows the experience as if everyone was gaining it independently. So if it's being split, then it can lead to different results. If one of the mods could take care of that bot, that would be great. Thank you very much. I don't want to be famous. That's why I became an anime voice actor. I'm famous enough to have bots. I'm so proud of myself. Come on, Laz. Come on, Laz. Come on, Laz. You got this, baby. We're gonna come back and we're gonna recruit that damn armadillo. One way or another. My boy's only 14, already tamer. Once dad says, let me know. I dabble a little monster tamer when I was younger. It can fill you in a great way to gain an edge in battle. Okay.
Wow, that monster's already getting tougher. Now, Lux, are you aware of how trade relationships work? We have to maintain a good standing with other towns to get access to things we need. Food, oil, lamp, rope, bombs. It's yours, my friend, as long as you have enough monsters.
That sort of thing.
Economics aside, it's customary to give gifts to the king to show goodwill. We're pretty far from all three kingdoms, but I'd like to get into the good books of the closest one at least. I'd like you to be the one to deliver the gift. On the way home last week, I stopped in with an old friend of mine. He's a fisherman, and he offered me a beautiful pearl he found way out at sea. Take a look at it, won't you? I'd like you to take this to the Humanism Kingdom and deliver it directly to King Tenna. I just know it'll make a good impression. Along the way, it'll be a great opportunity for you to train your monster and find some new ones to tame. I know, it's scary leaving home. I wouldn't ask you if I didn't think you could handle it. Your mom and I will always be here for you if you get hurt. You're showing quite a bit of talent as a tamer, and I know that's what you've always wanted to do. It'll be fun here. It'll be fun. Here, take this island map and a few more packs for the road.
Yes! More monsters! More monsters! One thing to keep in mind is there are 5 monster types. Malicious Brute, Will, Relentless. So in order to be prepared and ready to counter any foe you might encounter, smart to have one of each type on your team. But there's one more benefit to having a large team, Monster Synergy. Hold on, let me round up Tidon and that Primagon you trained, and meet me outside in just a few moments. After this battle, we're gonna give away the next code. Alright, Lux. I may be a little rusty, but I hope you're prepared. Pay close attention as I swap monsters. Dang, Mom knows how to wear that dress. Oh, I'm dead. This is the synergy gauge. If you swap monsters during battle, the synergy level will build. When you finally attack, the synergy is unleashed, powering up your attack. Watch and learn. Please don't kill Laz. Please. Oh. It's the Switch battles. I'll keep doing this all day, man. I'll keep doing this all day. All right. Let's try Powerful Bite Boy. Oh no. What if I can get Tidon to die from infection? What if I just keep doing this? I could kill him with poison. Oh, I hope the game accounts for this. This could go very badly. What just happened? Oh. Oh. Oh no. Okay. Oh. We just soft locked the game. So I'm guessing the game didn't plan either for the health bar to go down that far. So a couple of things could have caused this. The QA tester in my part of my brain, either the game didn't plan for that much synergy to be stacked up, like it was expecting you to lose the battle because they're level 10 at this point. I'm willing to bet you're supposed to lose the fight. Right, so the game doesn't account for the fact that people might switch when the bar is already full. Or the game might have glitched out because it wasn't expecting the monster HP to drop that far this early in the game. So, someone clip this, or go back to the VOD and clip it, and please send it to the dev so that... Oh, they left. Wait. Devoted, no, they're here. Okay, so, all right. Well, let's reset the game. Let's do that. Again, this is a heads up to everybody. This game is in early access, which means bugs like this will happen. They are being reported. They are being fixed. But the base game is still good. So, if you're willing to deal with stuff like this, just recognize it is in early access. They haven't pretended this is a full release. They haven't pretended that there's no bugs that still need to be worked out. It is in early access. I think it's worth the $20 based on what I've seen so far, but if you would rather wait until they've fixed all these things, that's completely up to you. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to go to my menu, so... Oh! Your monsters can roam and find items for the next time you boot up the game. This game just keeps frickin' impressing me. So how do I check my inventory? Toggle abilities. Okay. Alright, well, we gotta level them up a bit more. Oh. 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 We have to tame these monsters again. Oh boy. We lost all of our monster buddies. All right, well let me at least give away the next code. Vimdeckless, please message me on Discord so I can get you one of your codes. It, my boy. There's your code, dude. All right, well, on the bright side, this means now we know to build, to whittle them down before we switch out. Yes! Yes! Can we get the big beefy boy on our team? Primagon, please. Primagon, please. Yes! All right, we're gonna save after each time now. We're gonna get 4 people on our team this time. Yes! Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. I want my armadillo boy. Oh, he's strong too. All right, chat. Give me good vibes. Give me good vibes. He could decline. I'm naming him Dylan if we get him. Yes! All right, but now we need to check. Chat, we only have room for one more until we get more packs. Do we want Laz or do we want Rodask? Dang, he's strong. Come on, Laz. Where are you, zombie boy? Oh no! Secret, no. No, 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 no. No. heal up and save. Yeah, there's no reason not to save a bunch because saving is super fast in this game. Oh, he sat here the whole time. We told him to sit and stay, and even when we went to bed, he stayed there. What an amazingly good boy. He is the bestest boy. We are. Anytime I find fruit on the road, I give it to him. Laz, get over here. See if we can get a different monster to spawn. Oh, there's Rodask. Alright, we'll have to get Laz after we get more packs. You gotta go pss, 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 pss. Alright, I'll try it. I'll try it after we get the packs. Nice. Oh, hold on, guys. Hold on, guys. We gotta get the packs first. Don't call them until we're ready. All right, there we go. All right, so before we fight Mom again, let's heal up and let's find Laz. It's nighttime. The zombies are out. Where are you, Laz? We gotta beat Mom up. No, but we gotta do with Laz. Laz was there with us from the beginning. We can't leave him behind. Oh, he was there too. He'll show up. We just gotta believe. Oh, that's right. Now we have to do pss, pss, pss. That's right. We weren't even doing the thing we were supposed to do. All right. Where are you, Laz? Laz? These guys are aggressive. Man, he was really a rare appearance, apparently. Laz. Oh, we gotta say, like, what are words that a zombie like him would appreciate? Like brains? Deleted from the game. When we lost him to the soft lock, he just ceased to exist. There he is! Oh god. We just gotta whittle him down. We just gotta whittle him down one more, Primagon. Okay. He's a strong boy. Alright, the pss of recruitment. Let's go. Good stuff. Awesome job. Oh, good. All right. So, can Laz's unofficial nickname be Ps 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 Ps? All right, I gotta go use the bathroom real quick. So give me like 10 minutes and I'll be back. Sorry, I just got a sudden need, so give me a sec. Thank you guys very much for your patience. Much better. Alright, let's get back into it. So, we just have to make sure that when the synergy bar is full, that we actually attack, for better or for worse. So now, oh, tab C. Okay. Oh, that's to defend. Okay. So we can switch now to... Oh! 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 Oh, secret! Yo! He did so much damage! What on earth? Holy crap! Jesus! I need to defend. Oh, Laz. Oh, Laz, no. Oh, shoot. Can we actually beat him, though? Yes! All right, one's down. Oh. Oh. We may not have a choice. Yeah, I don't think we're gonna win this fight. I don't think we were supposed to win this fight. That Primagon is no joke. That fight is probably winnable if you farm it up. So, I'm gonna have to ask if you get anything for beating Mom. So much fun. Keep in mind that building monster synergy can do much more than just increase attack power. It can even give a move like Swipe, a relentless attack, a temporary additional type for double the coverage. You may even discover new perks to synergy that are completely unknown to other tamers. I think I pulled a muscle. You win a drink for your trouble.
We'll make sure your monsters are healed and top up your contracts.
Oh! They'll give us more contracts! That's cool! All right, let's make some actual progress. So let's see what happens when we build up our synergy. The text kind of overlapped, so I don't know what actually changed. How many voice projects do you think you actually booked this year, counting NDA ones? I can check that real quick. I can actually go to one of my calendars. So is the question how many different series that I've recorded for this year? Not new gigs I've booked, but can I answer it in terms of how many different projects I've recorded for since this year started? Let me see. If we go all the way back to January. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Most of those were ongoing at that point. 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, 13, 14, 15, 16, 17, 18, 19. I'm counting freelance gigs too. 20, 21. I didn't work at all in March. I didn't work at all in March. 22, 23. Did I get paid for that? I think so. 24, 25. A lot of those were repeats. 26, 27. That doesn't really count. 28. That was the big one. 29. 30. 31. 32, 33, 34. 34. I've been on 34 different projects so far this year. And that's just stuff I recorded for at some point this year. I still did count it even if we started recording for it last year. If there was at least one session for it this year, I included it. So, like, for example, if JoJo's Bizarre Adventure had already been recording in December, I still counted it this year if we had a session this year. Also, in about 20 minutes, if the dev is up for it, we're going to have them on for an interview while we play the game. So look forward to that, you guys, as well.
Oh man, my monster got infected by a secret's vile tail. Status effects are the worst. They last for the entire battle. Thankfully, monsters are pretty resilient. A few moments away from the heat of battle is all it takes for it to clear up. That being said, maybe I should add an infectious monster in my team to beat high health foes.
Pumpkins grow naturally here and are so delicious. If your monster's a little worn down, tell it to rest with one and feed it some pumpkins. Don't leave your monster behind though. Return him to your side with the same button. The 2 button will swap the functionality of the monster action button. You can even have your monster scout foes. Ooh, Primogon learned Skull Slam. All right. Oh, didn't mean to do that. Oh, is this quick switch? Nice! So you can press B to do quick switch. That's really cool. Man, those thugs have nothing on us. We own these streets. They ain't got no class neither, bumming around like they do.
Those guys are out for themselves. We help the little people, and what do we get? Fine cigars, a soft bed, all the luxuries of life. That's real charity right there.
You think the boss is in good with one of the kings for stuff like this?
He's gotta be. Ain't no one got a squeaky clean image like the kings do, without something shady going on. Hey, we got a shadow. Keep it down. Ah, crap. Who knows what he's heard?
You kidding? All you guys been going on about's been pointless drivel. Don't get your boxers in a bunch. We still don't need some kid messing with us.
Wow, I scared off an entire group of mobsters. Sir, I just wanted a cup of tea. Damn it, the guys weren't kidding about swimming across. I can't swim and I sure as hell ain't gonna try. Say, kid, if you take care of that blub up on the bridge there, I'll give you what we were looking for in the first place. Aw, what a nice... Oh, is that a boss? We might die. Oh, it's a marker of it being a boss. All right, maybe we'll try fighting him at the end of the stream. Yep, get running with C and you can leap over fences. A kid like you can probably do it even better than me. Oh, with the little ramp thing. Okay. See if we can get a second Laz. Yeah! We had to make up for the fact that we left him behind the first time. So I wanted to get a second one. Double Laz party. You can never do just one pss. You have to at least go pss pss. The Lazzle Dazzle. That's right. I mean, why not take advantage of the infinite packs that we can get? Dad keeps topping them up for us. Just get a whole team of 8 monsters, take on the boss. I love that you can feed them in the overworld. I really appreciate that. No, that's the goal. We'll try fighting the boss at the end of this stream and see if we can make him our friend.
Oh boy, I saw the signs and just had to check.
Yep, it's a real sea monster, all right, and I barely made it out alive. Only way that beast is going anywhere is if they send a pro tamer. Trust me, stay away. Boss in this direction, boss in the other direction. All right, well, let's see if we can get Pupper at least to level 10. That might be a good... Oh! We'll come back. We'll come back. So we gotta take out one of the two. this point, we're just getting our levels up. I might actually... I'm gonna change something. I'm gonna see if we can quick boost... Carl to level 10. Wait, what? What is that? It was a monster in disguise. Oh. Oh. Please join me? Yes. Is that a rare monster? He's cool, man. I like him. I've been telling people it's got the, for Hochstein, it's got the overworld aesthetic of Demi Kids with the recruitment mechanics of Shin Megami Tensei, but the difficulty of, I don't want to say Dark Souls, but it's definitely harder. It's trying to be like a game where it's like, hey, actually know what you're getting yourself into, because if you challenge things that can wreck your shit, they will wreck your shit without a second thought. So you have to actually, like, understand the challenge that you're putting onto yourself. So we're gonna get the doggo up to level 10, and then we're gonna take on this boss. I think one more should do the trick. It's 20 bucks right now, to my knowledge. All right, let's heal up and see if we can beat this boss and possibly recruit him. And then we'll bring on the dev for an interview. Devoted Neurosis. First of all, what name would you like me to call you by? And secondly, what would be the best way you want to handle this? Do you want to do Discord, Skype? Jason? All right. All right, I'll add you right now. Hold on. Okay. Contacts. There's a lot of those people. Can you give me what your... Can you DM me on, Skype what your actual Skype ID is? Oh, I'm just waiting for images to load. I think this is it? I think I got the right one. Yay! Okay, we got it. All right. Let's fight ourselves a boss, and then we'll bring you on. Thank you very much for making the time for me, by the way, dude. I sincerely appreciate it. Oh, one question I was gonna ask. I don't want this to be part of the interview. Does black or white mean it's on or off? So, like, if I set this to white, does that mean it's active? Yes, it does. Okay. I answered my own damn question. All right, here we go. Here we go. Ooh. Oh. This has some real Shin Megami Tensei Nocturne vibes. Nice. Oh, that's not good. Will he join us, though? Oh, no! Please, sir. Sir, please. Yes! Thanks, kid. You're a real peach. I doubt the boss is gonna care much for this thing. It only contains a map and some unintelligible scribbles about monsters. Nothing but garbage, but it's your garbage now, bub. Now I've got to split. Oh, that's cool. A little manual. The Pokédex. Primogon are useful as beasts of burden. They can often be seen pulling carts all over. Unfortunately, their stubborn nature makes keeping a breeding population almost impossible. Most would-be Primogon owners to have pay a local tamer to collect on their behalf. Tidon attack with their large jaws, snapping shut on foes. I want to see what it says about the good boy. Desperate to find an environment to throw their weight around and declare themselves king, they've begun to swim up rivers. Where's my boy? Unlike other pack animals, the victors decided not after desperate, instead a single brutal attack. Both canine will stand facing each other, carefully observing the other for an opening. When the pivotal moment arrives, both will lunge at each other with a... He's 2'1". He's a tiny pupper boy. The weaker Canite does not survive. Oh. Oh. All right, well, let's get the fight down here. Finish this off, and we'll bring Mr. Jason on. All right. So let's turn down the game music a little bit and see if we can get our friend in here. Hello?
Oh,
Hey, what's going on, dude?
can you hear me okay?
Yeah, I can hear you fine. Game audio, I might turn down the game audio a little bit more just while we're talking to each other. Chat, how's the audio for you guys? I'll wait and see what they say first.
Just...
This is super cool. All right, cool. Well, first of all, go ahead.
Yeah, sorry, no, I had the stream audio going too.
Right.
So I think I got it straight now, though.
Oh, that's cool. Look at this. It even I'm discovering new things every time I play this. You can straight up change. It's like Pokemon Heart Gold Soul Silver, where you can choose who's following you at any given time. So we could go straight into our party, take the dude we just beat, and now he's our best friend. That's so cool. So anyway, I found it kind of funny that you and I had already connected over something before we even realized it, which was one of the first things I told you was, you know, I've got these big vibes of Dragon Warrior monsters in particular, and I didn't realize at the time that I told you that you also were a really, really big fan of Dragon Warrior monsters growing up, especially I think it was Terra's Journey as well, or Cody's Journey?
Yeah, I've played Kobe's Journey. Which of the two did you go with?
It was Cody's in my case, but in that case,
yeah.
I didn't actually own the first game. I played the first game non-stop growing up. The second game I had to borrow from a kid who owned it when we were in a theater summer class together. So I was a little bit of a game hog because I was addicted to it, but I really did enjoy the advancements that they made to the areas in the second game.
Yeah, I only played a little bit of the first. But the second I was a huge fan of as a kid. It felt like sometimes games were hard to come by back then.
Mm-hmm.
So yeah, I never did see the first one in stores, but I love the second.
So, go ahead.
Yeah, what's your favorite monster in that game?
I'm trying to think. You know, it was one of the bosses that you would always recruit. It was the Sky Dragon. If you remember from the first game, when you had to do that rope puzzle in order to get up to the Sky Dragon to face him. And it was because he had a high critical hit rate, and he also had, like, this move. It was a cross-slash type move, and just the graphic in the game was really cool to my 8-year-old self. And so I just really appreciated him, because there were many times where we would fight against monsters that I wouldn't know what to do. And the dragon would be the one who did a critical hit physical attack that took out the enemy. And so he was I think I named him Spritz, I think it was. It was either Spritz or Sparks, and he was definitely one of the strongest members on my team.
Very cool.
So,
the monsters in that game are so great.
So a lot of people have made all sorts of... You know what? No, I'll start with a different question. Obviously, from what I understand, you've taken the helm of a lot of different parts when it comes to the development of this game, whether it was just... In fact, tell me, what parts did you work on? Sound effects, music, sprite design? What's everything that you were in charge of for this?
Well, when the game started, the real... I did everything in the beginning, but I was never any good at music. and I knew I wasn't very good at art either, but I knew that there was no chance in hell of me ever being okay at music. So I have a friend, Game Onion, who is an excellent musician, and him and a friend started creating some of the tracks for the game. A lot of the ones you heard today while playing through.
Which, by the way, the
I'm
boss fight music is a bop. It's so good.
still hooked on it. I've heard it so many times while debugging, but they just make amazing music. So everything else was on me then, with monster design and world design, that sort of thing. Eventually, we had a fan design contest.
Oh yeah, I saw that one of the winning designs was that dragon that actually shows up on the logo for the game, the one that I used when I was talking about the raffle.
Yeah, that's definitely a design done by someone outside the team. But that initial fan design contest back in 2016, the guy that won that, Shad, was so much better than me. I said, I made a game. How could someone that is so much better than me follow my game and think it's cool? And Shad's art was so good, I was like, I'm just going to be real bold here and say, hey, Shad, what if you join the team? And Shad, was real excited about the idea. I was so glad, because I worried that he would be like, you got a cool little project, buddy, but I'm not going to waste my time on this. But Shad was so skilled and talented and so nice, and so joined as the secondary monster designers. He's the person that's designed the most designs outside of me. The rest of the game, we all built it up. I built up everything besides the music and about 20% of the monsters that Shad did. Created all the overworld art, that sort of thing, but the overworld art wasn't very good. So after the Kickstarter, which was a pretty good success, and big thanks to all our backers, we could bring out some real artists that revamped all my tile sets, that sort of thing, to make the world a lot more beautiful.
What would you say got the biggest glow up between before the Kickstarter and afterwards?
Absolutely the overworld and the overworld monster sprites. The NPC sprites too, really, but the monster sprites really make it, because you're here for the monsters, not the NPC characters.
This is something I said getting into the game, because I mentioned this before I started the stream, which was one of the things that didn't really get me into the Shin Megami Tensei series was the way that the fusion mechanics worked, because I've never really been a big fan of games where you fuse monsters away and then you don't... I think the main thing with Shin Megami Tensei was that you didn't know what skills the monster would learn until you leveled it up. So it was like you were resetting your party members every time you fused them. But then again, Dragon Warrior monsters had the same mechanic, but I didn't mind it then, and I figured out, oh, the difference was that the monsters were really cute. So the fact that I'm enjoying this game, despite the fact that the fusion mechanic isn't something that I'm the biggest fan of, is it attests to the fact that I see these monsters and I go, I will suffer as much as I have to spend time with you guys because you're so darn cute.
Well, that's a huge compliment. I played Pokemon, and you would breed the Pokemon, and you would get just one of the parents again.
Right.
That paled in comparison to Dragon Warrior monsters in Shin Megami Tensei, where you fuse and you get a brand new monster.
Right.
But
you went a step above and beyond. From what I saw in the tutorial, the offspring actually is more like a Chow, where they take on the traits of both of the parents. Is that correct?
Yeah, that's absolutely right. Because, like in Dragon Warrior Monsters, which had a really cool fusion and breeding system, the offspring still often didn't look quite like the parents. So it didn't feel like that same spirit kind of imbued into the child or the fusion.
Right.
So in Monster Crown, the offspring, they look a lot like the parents. They have a lot of the same body types or the same concept.
Was that a difficult thing to program into the game, or how do you, if this doesn't go into proprietary information, how do you set something like that up so that it's able to do, because my understanding is every single monster in this game can breed with any other monster in the game. How do you set up the game to handle that sort of algorithm?
Well, it's a big challenge, and the first thing that people think when they hear about our project is, okay, that's not possible, because it's just so insane to think about. Every monster combined with every other monster. So I realized early on I was going to be built from the ground up to support that. If we really wanted to wrap it around this breeding system, everything had to support it. And so the start of that was the type system. The type is not elemental. You have like brute, vicious, will, and will are kind of like very, very strong willpower. Like Permagon here is will. You can take a hit, you know?
Right.
So wrapping it around personality, and like a brute type wants to hit you with a heavy force, with a fist or with a hammer. And vicious types, you know, they're sinister. That made it so that I could create a genetic variation for each monster that sort of had those visual qualities.
But
So I
was it
didn't even
different
make-
typing?
Yeah, exactly. So like the canine, if you breed canine with a brute type, you're gonna get something that looks like it evolved from canine, maybe over a few 100,000 years to become stronger, more brutal, more ready to, you know, lay in some heavy damage.
So
So,
what
it
you're
had to be
telling
built
me is
around
with proper breeding, I can take this adorable little thing and make it a relentless killing machine in type.
Absolutely.
I just imagine I need to find a monster where its descendant trait is just angry eyebrows and breed it with this so we get the same exact Oppo but with angry brows, and that's how you know it's the most dangerous creature in the game.
Well, you gotta have those Toriyama eyes, right? You know, those like early Pokemon and Dragon Ball Z eyes with the eyebrows?
Yes, absolutely.
Yeah.
Now, one of the questions, I'm a big person. The conversation that I wanted to get back to is I love that we actually first interacted with each other through a freelance gig, through Voice123. Because was it you who had originally posted the project on Voice123 for the trailer?
Yeah, so my great publisher, Sedesco, put together this trailer. And one of the guys there in the office just did a quick voiceover to give an idea of what we wanted to say in general tone. And, you know, it seemed great to me. So they said they were going to go out and find some voice actors, some samples, to see what was a good fit. So they sent me so many voice samples. And my original idea was, I don't know if you've ever seen Inuyasha.
Yes. I used to wake up to Inuyasha at 3 a.m. every single evening.
Oh, wow. Well, yeah, the late night Inuyasha on YTV in Canada at least.
Anata I omoi zuto.
You're going to make me too nostalgic now. but the original... Well, why don't we get something that's kind of along the lines of Shippo from Inuyasha, like this young, tough fighting kid. And they said, well, at least listen to some more like teen-oriented voice clips. So I listened to them, and it was instantly, this one stood out as exactly the sort of attitude and character I wanted Monster Crunch to be about. And I had no idea it was you because I just had voice clips. I didn't have names. I think they were all just numbers.
First of all,
maybe
let me just chime in on that. Please give kudos to whoever handled that project, because presenting the actors without names or faces or identifying information, just the voices, is one of the fairest ways to find a suitable voice, assuming you're not going for authentic casting if it's like people of color or something like that. So whoever handled that project, please give them my thanks, because that is how we would like most projects to be cast. But please, go ahead.
Yeah, well, it was definitely a good idea, and I'll definitely pass that along. Because, you know, I could definitely understand someone wanting to get someone for star power, and, like, to me, you're a big name. You know, the projects you've done, that's a big deal. And I would have never thought of you as someone that would have the time or we'd be able to make work for our very small project. But, you know, you just stood out, and they reached out, and I guess everything worked out. And so, yeah, I couldn't believe it, but I was so happy to hear that you were the one that provided the voice for that.
Yeah.
And there's a bit of a wall collision issue in there.
No, listen, we are determined. We're not going to let barriers get in our way. This is all about exploring. I've told people, it's early access. Things like this are going to happen, like with the glitch that we experienced with the fight against Mom, which, honestly, that just proves how powerful Mom is. Don't mess with Mom. But so if people want to wait for the final release when all these are fixed, go, you know, wait for that. But if the foundations of the game are there, then don't worry about it. Like, unless it's game breaking and you actually can't play it, you know, I judge a game based on how fun it is to play, not necessarily how perfect it is. Hades is another good example. Hades isn't even out of early access yet, and it already feels like a fully finished game. So, I have to admit, regarding the project, I have to admit that I was cheating a little bit, because around the time that project got posted, I had actually been doing recording for Proud to Serve the Needs of Common Folk and Tamer-like Continent-Wide. I'd actually been doing the recording for a convention event called, or it was a direct event called NGPX, New Games Plus Expo, for NIS. It had NIS America and a bunch of other sponsors and publishers. So I had kind of already been in that like trailer presentation voice, where I was helping present games that were going to be coming soon to platforms of different types. So I was already in that headspace. Sorry, I'm paying attention to two things at once. We'll make a deal. You're wondering what? Okay, you make the barge your #1 stop for packs, and I'll hook you up with the fine Glutobi leather pack. Okay, so I think, just so I'm not missing out, just because it's hard for me to pay attention to multiple things, they're having us stop by the shop, and they're saying, hey, if you tell everyone to shop here, we'll give you a free inventory pack.
Yeah, you got it. That's exactly it. And he also mentions that if you die out in the wild, if you get killed, you're going to lose your bag.
Oh,
Likewise,
so this is where we
wild.
have some of that overlap with Dragon Warrior Monsters, where Dragon Warrior Monsters had a bank where it was you can put your money and your items in here and they'll be safe, but if you die out in the field, anything you have in your pack is just gone.
Yeah, exactly.
All right, cool. So I was already in that headspace of like, this game is coming soon to the Nintendo Switch. Okay, so we've got the trailer voice there, but voiceover isn't just about fitting the type of project. You got to have the passion too. So it was like, can Sean Chiplock be authentically passionate about a game where you collect monsters and breed them together and raise them and use them to fight on your behalf? Let's see if we can make that happen. So it really, I really just think it was a lucky occasion of two people with equal amounts of passion for different things managing to find each other. Which leads me to the question that I wanted to ask you. What started all this? What was the defining moment that made you decide to take on all of this work to create this game world? There's a lot of people that go, oh, I wish I could do this. I'd love to be able to do that, but they don't actually put in the work. What for you was the moment that made you go, I am going to make this happen? What was that inspiration?
Well, since I was like 9, 10 years old, I would play around on MS Paint and try to make Pokemon sprite mods to make like Pokegods, but they were never as cool as the ones you would find online that other people make. And as I grew up, I always been like, it'd be cool to make a monster taming game similar to Pokemon and Dragon Warrior Monsters someday. But it's never going to happen because you need a lot of art skill, and I don't have art skill. So I sat down in 2016, right at the start. It was like New Year. I said, well, it's New Year. I'm just going to take a whack at this because you're thinking, okay, now it's 2016, so it's a brand new year. So I'm going to go to the gym. I'm going to eat better. I'm going to do all these things. So I said, I'm going to try to make a sprite. And I made a sprite just not to make a good design, but just see if it could look reasonably like a Game Boy Color sprite. And, it looked reasonably like it could appear in that game. So I said, well, it'd be funny if I just put together a little tech demo in Unity, because I have a programming background.
Yeah.
You can kind of just walk around and start a battle and, kind of just to indulge myself and just imagine as if this was a game. And it started to come together, and I posted a few pictures online, and people said, this actually has potential. And so I think then I just decided, I've done projects before. I've tried to get into web development outside of work, that kind of stuff, and it never really seems to work out. And it just starts to feel like work. So I'll keep doing this until I don't want to do it anymore. And as soon as I think, no, I'd rather watch TV, I'm just going to do that. I'm going to give myself permission to only do this as long as it's fun and drop it at any moment if I want.
But it didn't stop being fun.
Yeah. Whereas before, I would drive myself very hard to do things I didn't really want to do because I thought it was the way forward and I should do something with my spare time, get a side gig. But yeah, it just never stopped being fun. And the next thing I knew, we were getting ready for a Kickstarter, and I was like, okay, I don't know if we're going to hit our $5,000 goal because this project's not that impressive. But we really got the message that, yeah, a lot of people do like this, and we hit almost 10 times our funding goal, and it gave me the courage to believe this could be real.
Right. I love hearing that. Like, I can empathize with that because what got me into voiceover, what keeps me in voiceover is that, even when I get super stressed out, even when it frustrates me to no end, I can never. Mine's almost like a Stockholm syndrome, where it's like I don't want to quit because think of all the cool things that could happen if I just stay at it. You know, you say that it was around 2016, I believe you said, that you started working on this officially, right?
Yeah.
I moved out to California in 2012, and at the time that I moved out to California, my only connection was with Bang Zoom, and they had me do a 1-episode role in Sword Art Online after months and months of building up trust with them. It was in 2017 that Breath of the Wild came out. So, like, that was the career-defining role for me at first. But when I moved out in California in 2012, I don't even think the trailer for Breath of the Wild had went back when it was supposed to be it was not a GameCube game, but I think it was supposed to be a Nintendo Wii game. Wii U.
Yeah.
So back when that first trailer came out, that didn't even exist yet. And now all of a sudden, 5 years later, I find myself voicing one of the most iconic Nintendo characters of the last 10 years. Okay, maybe not iconic, but like iconic Zelda characters of the last 10 years.
Definitely.
So I'm super grateful for that, but that I totally empathize with that idea of, you know, you've got these ideas in your head, and who better to bring them to life than someone who, like, genuinely cares about it. So first of all, major kudos for actually putting in the time and the work, because it's easy to wish for things. It's a lot harder to make them happen, and you have a lot of respect from me for that.
Well, thank you. That means a whole lot coming from you. And I have to ask, and maybe some of the people watching could relate with this, but I'm willing to bet that there was a time when you thought, hey, I'd like to be a voice actor, but I could never do that. And when you actually decided, you know what, I'm going to try it. Like, I bet there was a gap between where you wanted to and where you actually had the courage to. Do you know how long that was for you?
For me, are you ready for an answer you might not expect?
Yes.
I kind of wasn't that way. Mine was just mine was pure raging fire that luckily was able to be focused. I'm someone who gets very, very passionate about things, but doesn't always know where to direct that focus to get the best results. So when I discovered voiceover, my first thought was, I don't know what the hell this is, but I want in. I want to do it, and I'm going to figure out what I have to do it. Because I remember I posted on Newgrounds about, and I don't want to turn this into an interview about myself, so I promise we're going to ask you some more questions.
No worries.
But I went on to Newgrounds, and I was like, guys, I know what I want to do with my life before I die. I want to be an anime voice actor. And that's literally the wording I used. I didn't say I want to be a voice actor. I said before I die, I want to do a voice in an anime. Just one voice in one anime, and then I can die happy. And then not everyone was supportive. There were people who were like, haha, you know, enjoy spending the rest of your life chasing Disney projects and never booking anything before you finally settle into a retail job. Like, there were people that were trying to be very realistic about it. But every time someone was like that, my response was, okay, cool, still gonna try though. Like, I was just so... I was so jazzed about this idea of just, like, voicing characters and you know, watching... I would watch these cartoons about Dragon Ball Z, and... you know, I knew that these people were screaming, and I had said, hey, I'm loud and annoying. What if I could be loud and annoying for money? So I bought, like, the super cheap microphone. I was making whatever dumb skits I could think of on Windows Sound Recorder, and I think the difference was, rather than having those moments of self-doubt, which I do have them, mind you, but early on, it was more of, I was looking for those milestones that would show to me, hey, you actually can make something of this. That was how I sought my validation. And those came in the form of, you know, there was a time I helped someone with a senior project in college, and that was my first time standing in, like, a recording booth space, and my brain went, yes, I like it here. I would like to be here more often. And the big one was Anime Expo AX Idol. In Los Angeles, when I competed and ended up winning. The moment when I was up on stage and they showed off the scene I had just finished dubbing, and the audience was clapping for a solid 30 seconds, and I'm not exaggerating, you can look it up on YouTube. Me standing up there, listening to these people applaud, and the judges trying to, like, speak and being unable to because the audience would not quiet down, that was that moment of, hey, you're on the right track. You've got what it takes. You can make this happen. So that's how it developed for me.
Wow. That's a wicked story. It sounds like you were always gonna be something and put your all into it. It was like you were a car with the gas to the floor. You just wanted to make sure you were going in the right direction.
Right. But now that I've had the chance to settle, now that I'm in that big competitive market, it has leaned closer to what you just described, where now I'm in this big pond, and there's a lot of very strong, vocally talented fish and sharks out there. And anytime I audition for a project, I'm up anywhere between 10 to 100 to 1,000 other people who all want that one gig. But the thing I have to remind myself is, instead of thinking of it in terms of, oh God, what are the chances that I would even have a shot at this? I think of it in terms of, how cool would it be if ... And that's how I approach it. So I think that is both your mentality and that mentality are very good for people to have. Is don't think of it in terms of, oh, there's no way that blank. Think of it in terms of, what if I managed to blank? How awesome would that be? How cool would that be?
Yeah. And it prevents disappointment too, because it's like you said, if it works out, it's still like a surprise somehow.
Right. So let me think of another question. What is something that hasn't been, I imagine a lot of people have said, they've given lots of fan feedback regarding, hey, can you add this option to the game? Is there's this mechanic that you wanted to add? What is one that you've always wanted to have in the game that isn't in there yet, but you want people to look out for? And is there one that fans have suggested that you've gone, you know what? That's really cool. I'm going to look into this.
Yeah, well, that's a really good question, actually, because there's something I've been kind of keeping a little bit secret, because we got a couple of great suggestions. I guess I'll say it here now, because I guess
if it's stuff you want to keep secret, don't feel obligated. Like if you want to keep,
it's okay. I don't think that this is probably going to get shared around a whole lot anyway, but it'll be a cool reveal.
Okay.
Basically, a lot of people said, they'd like it if the attack system was a bit more in depth, and they'd like it if the breeding system was a little bit more in depth when it came to attack inheritance. So we got the synergy system, and if you build up synergy, it powers up the attack. But we got a lot of suggestions that, okay, what if instead of Inferno, you had Blaze, like a smaller fire attack that, when you use synergy in battle, becomes Inferno, like the stronger version. And of course, very powerful monsters will still learn Inferno, but it's kind of that graded upgrading system.
Okay.
And so I combined that with the idea of people talking about the movesets in breeding. And I said, well, if two monsters that know Blaze breed, then their offspring naturally would inherit traits that make it better at breathing fire. So it makes sense that it would become Inferno.
Oh, so it would just have Inferno to begin with. It wouldn't need synergy.
Yeah, exactly. So kind of melding that all into a cohesive system is something that I've already got most of the code groundwork laid for, but it's going to be very cool. And it's 100% because we did early access, because we did a beta, and we gave people a chance to contribute these ideas.
Now, is that something that the breeding system would notify you of? Like, if you breed these two monsters, this monster will be capable of learning Inferno? Or is that something people will have to trial and error, where they find out after the fact?
I'm leaning more towards trial and error, because I kind of want breeding to feel like you're breeding real-life monsters.
Right.
So I'm always hesitant to add things like a pop-up showing you what this will become, because if you were a real-life monster breeder, you wouldn't know what it's going to become. You know what I mean? So...
But that's what the whole prospect of the internet exists for, is that monster breeders might share notes like, hey, I bred these two monsters with these skills, and I ended up with this result. So over time, the game kind of leaks into the real world, and the real world leaks back into the game, where that knowledge of monster fusion mechanics and move mechanics becomes public knowledge as more monster breeders share their findings.
Exactly, and I also want to give the option for monster breeders to not share their findings. So if they make a very wicked monster, and they don't want to share how they made it, and maybe it's very valuable competitively to people, maybe they'll become the sought-after breeder of that unique species.
Is there gonna be online competitive modes in this game?
Oh yes, yeah. Online community.
Oh man, you're giving me Jade Cocoon 2 vibes, because there was a game called. Have you ever heard of Jade Cocoon 2?
Absolutely.
So wait, you actually have heard of it? Oh my
yeah,
god! Dude!
course I know about Jade Cocoon.
Oh my god. Okay, because a lot of people, I was going to ask if you took inspiration from Jade Cocoon 1, because I know that Jade Cocoon 1, the main player character could imbibe different monsters into him and gain their abilities, but the main character would also take on traits of the monsters that he took. So I was like, there's some parallels to that. But Jade Cocoon 2, if you're familiar with it, was the Monster Collection variant sequel game, and I was massively addicted to that game. I played it like 5 separate times. I even played it again all the way through about 3 years ago. And I had an entire document. In fact, I might send it to you over Skype if you want. It was kind of an adjusted, I borrowed part of it from a GameFAQs document, but part of it I also wrote up myself, where, let me see if I can go into documents and find it. It would
Yeah, I'd love to see that.
It'd probably be in my Dropbox. Oh, please don't tell me. Yes! Here we go. So I'm sending you the file right now. But I basically took part of a GameFAQs guide that showed where the Kalma were located and what abilities they taught. And then if you scroll down towards the bottom, I planned out every single monster that I planned to add to my team in the order that I planned to add them, who they would eventually be replaced by, and the precise order of the Kalma that I fused into them, both for their ending moves and to get a very specific set of passive abilities. So that my attackers had a certain job, my defenders had a certain job, my heal side had someone, like the person who was responsible for healing everyone's status ailments was himself permanently, completely immune to petrification and sleep, which would normally prevent him from being able to use his spells. The person who was responsible for using a revival spell had a 100% immunity to instant death. So the monsters that were responsible for taking care of one thing were, through a long line of breeding, made immune to whatever could prevent them from doing their jobs. And at the end of the game, I would end up with basically a team that was incapable of dying or losing because, hold on, we got someone who subscribed. I'll link people to it because it's a Dropbox link, so I'll actually link it to my chat right now. Jade Cocoon 2 Kalma guide, copy
Yeah, you
Dropbox.
definitely gotta share that with them.
Yeah, I'll post it in the
Because
chat right now.
This to me makes you a real life monster breeder. Like if you did this and someone came to me and say, "Hey, how did this player make this team?" I'd say, "I don't know. You got to go ask them because you're the expert. You know, people should have to come to you and say, "Hey, share some advice." Like bringing it into the real world,
Right.
like you said.
Right. So long story short, I would have this nigh unbeatable team, but it was all local play for multiplayer, and I was like the only person in the world at that age who knew that Jade Cocoon 2 existed. So it makes me very excited that we've got this element of you could make a nigh unbeatable team or a team that has all this type coverage and then take it online and go, "Hey, come see the results of my breeding. Let's see what you got. Test your mettle." So that's very cool.
Yeah, and no one will know what's coming because the appearance can be whatever you wish.
Yep. So let me think of. I know that you said you got about 40 minutes of energy left in you, and I totally identify. So let me think of one more question.
Okay.
I gotta think of a really good one for this.
Sure.
All right, this will be a 2-part question. What is your goal through the release of this game? What above all else, what is the hope you want for someone who buys and plays this game? What experience would you like them to come out of this with?
Well, there's a lot of people coming to Monster Crown of all ages, and even a lot of people that have never played even Pokemon before. But my goal with Monster Crown ever since I let myself believe it could be a real game, that had a lot of depth, was the kids that were mine and your age, that were growing up, they were writing these GameFAQs guides, that they would go into a store and see the Monster Taming games and get them for their Game Boy. Those kids that poured so many hours into it, they knew how to get the most out of the game. I want them to play this game, and I want them to say, "Wow, this can sit up on the shelf with those 90s Monster Taming games." And I want them to feel like when they look for more content, the game says, how much do you want? You know, it responds to depth, and the more work you put in, the more you're going to find. It's really made to give hundreds, maybe thousands of hours of replayability, playability, collectability, explorability to the people that have the highest caliber of taste in the genre. And, you know, these people, they know what makes a good game and what doesn't. They're not casual players. And I want them to be truly satisfied and feel like they got more monster taming than they could handle. That's my dream for Monster Crown.
Right. I personally think I'm gonna waste an awful lot of hours on this game, if anything, trying to breed an offspring that just looks insanely cool. Like a doggo with wings, or like I really want one of those dinosaurs with the angry eyebrows, like I mentioned before. Even some of these monsters just look cool by themselves. Like, I'm perfectly content with this Kiri, the way it is, but the idea that it could be any different is it's very cool. So the second part of that question is, and I realize this is way ahead of time, so don't feel obligated to like set yourself up for something. Presuming that this game has a lot of success, which it looks like it is already, and you have the funding, was this just kind of a personal brainchild, and this you want to put all your focus into this? Would you want to expand into a different series or a different genre, even if it's not a sequel? What do you want to? Where do you want to go from here?
Well, you know, people ask me questions about what would I make next. What's the future for Studio Orem? I don't know about any of that. All I know is that I'm 100% focused on Monster Crown, and over the past 3 years, every time I've come up with an idea to improve it and add to it or flesh out the story in a certain way, I've put it in there. So this game is kind of like full actualization to me. Everything that I wanted to make in a game is in here. I don't think about the future. I don't think about future games. If this game is a success, if I were so lucky to be able to afford to make a sequel, to finance that, to get the band back together and make it, that would be just a dream come true. I'm not really itching to try anything in a different genre because I feel like Monster Crown just resonates with exactly what I wanted to make. It seemed to be successful, and why mess with that formula? So it would always be Monster Crown for me. I always call myself not a game developer. I'm just a Monster Crown boy. I'm just that guy making Monster Crown.
That's totally understandable, completely admirable. I understand that. Now, a personal question for you. What is a genre game or a type of game that you think doesn't have a big standing in the market right now that you'd like to see make a comeback? Something that you personally enjoy, whereas maybe you don't have the resources to make it, but you're hoping you'll get a chance. Someone else will be inspired like you and make a game like this that you can play. What would that be?
Oh, man. 2 years ago, I would have said the character action game. There's kind of a... People aren't sure, I guess, 100% of the time on the title, but games like Bayonetta and Devil May Cry, when it seemed like we were never going to get another Devil May Cry, I would have said that, but they just came out with Devil May Cry 5, and that is an amazing game.
I've heard Devil May Cry 5 just kicks the ridiculousness up to 15, and it's all the better for it.
It really does. It really does, 100%. So, you know, that was... I would have said that a couple of years ago. What would I say now? I would really love to see Nintendo make a true successor to Super Mario World that feels as weird and deep and feels as good as Super Mario World.
You know, they kind of almost hit it with Paper Jam. It feels like Paper Jam took the world selection screen of, like, Super Mario World, but of course it was a Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga style game. So the elements are there, but you're right. They haven't really made anything that's just kind of a, hey, here's this giant world of just whimsical stuff. Go play.
Which game was it you just said? I've never played a Mario RPG game.
It was, what was it? Mario and Luigi Paper Jam, I think it was called. Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga was originally like the spin-off RPG series that Nintendo focused on, that was produced by Alpha Dream, which I think is now out of business. And I believe the last one that they made, it was either Paper Jam or Dream Team, but Paper Jam was kind of a collaboration where it was Mario and Luigi Superstar Saga, but it introduced Paper Mario from the Paper Mario series and kind of brought him into their world.
Gotcha. Would you believe I just Googled Paper Jam? And for some reason, I didn't expect that I was just going to get lots of videos of people's printers jamming.
All right.
I got to add Mario before that.
Before I let you go, I am going to say this. Here's since we're two people of passion, I figured here's a goal we can both work towards, okay?
Okay.
You focus on Monster Crown. I'm going to focus on my career. We're both going to make a crap ton of money, like more money than we know what to do with, by just being wildly successful with things that we're passionate about. And then, hear me out, we're going to buy the rights to it, and we are going to force a Western localization of Terry's Wonderland.
With you voicing the characters, of course.
I'm not even going to force that to be a guarantee. It would be nice. Thank you for thinking of me. But we're gonna take that 3D remake of our childhood game that never came to the States, and we're gonna get it ported. You and me, brother.
I'm willing to fist fight the heads of Square to make this happen.
I will do the voice acting for free if they localize that game. I'll probably get in big trouble for ruining the industry average in the process. But for those in chat who don't know, Terry's Wonderland was a 3DS remake of Dragon Warrior Monsters that only ever released in Japan. But I'm talking, it was a modern glow up. It wasn't a inspired remake. It was we took the game that was originally on Game Boy Color and we made it for 3DS. 3D monster sprites, 3D worlds.
Man, yeah, it looks amazing.
I own
Such
it.
a tragedy.
I think I own it. I'd have to look on
Really?
I might. I don't know. It's somewhere over here. I think this is it. Hold on. If you can. No, that was Dragon. Here it is. Yes. When you were working on Monster Crown in 2016, I was in Japan hanging out with my friend Laz. And let me see if I can move this down for a second. Webcam feed. Okay. So I was hanging out with my friend Laz, and we ended up at a book off, and I found some amazing things at book off, like a brand new, never opened copy of Final Fantasy IX, all the discs, for $9.
Wow.
I found an original copy of the Legend of Mana soundtrack, and also the arranged soundtrack. And I also acquired this. So I may not be able to understand anything that happens in this game, but one day, if I ever taught myself Japanese, or if I could ever, like, homebrew my 3DS to get it to play, I do own it. I do have it.
Wow. Man, that looks amazing.
There is a full fan translation of Terry's Wonderland. Well, if I can figure out a way to get it in the game so that I don't have to be looking at a document, or maybe if I'm that dedicated, I'll look at the document and be like, okay, just, fine. All right, that part. All right, cool. I have time to learn Japanese. All right.
Yeah, it'd be great if they re-released on the Switch. Wouldn't that be awesome?
Oh, my God. Don't get my hopes up, dude. Oh, that's true. Maybe if there's a ROM hack for it, that makes sense. Well, all right, dude. I am going to get back to giving out 2 of these codes, make some more progress in the game. Thank you so much for taking the time to just spend that time with me. It really means a lot. I can tell that you're super excited to have this out. I can tell that a lot of love has been put into this and that there's still a lot more to come. Like I said to the stream before, this is instantly bringing back Demi Kids vibes from my high school days. And back then, I didn't understand the mechanics well enough to make use of monster types. I just played with cute monsters and had them hit hard, and I didn't understand the recruitment mechanics either. But now that I'm older, now that I know better, I can tell you right now, there's going to be quite a few evenings where I'm up until 2, 3, 4 o'clock in the morning, whether in bed or just chilling here in voice chat with friends. I think this game is going to be a part of my mainstay when I can find the time. So thank you.
That's a huge compliment, and thanks so much for saying that. And when you do get hands-on with breeding and spend a few hours with it, I want to see your favorite creation. You've got to Twitter me that.
Okay. I will do my best to remind that. I'm telling you right now, it's probably going to start with the doggo. I'm probably going to find some way to give the doggo, like, hedgehog spikes and make him a dogadillo or something like that. But if I find something that truly speaks out to me where I'm like, this is it. This is the Luxray of Monster Crown for me. I will make sure to save it and send you a screenshot.
All right, cool.
Speaking of which, actually, that's the thing I was going to ask. How much can I pay you to, in a future patch, put in the option to get like a blue coat with yellow hair palette or golden hair palette, like a Luxray palette?
On your monster?
Not on the monster, not on the monster, on the character. Like when you go to the wardrobe and it lets you pick like the old sprite option, or like you can go for like that crimson red, or like the dark skin option, or the one that I'm currently using. How much could I contribute to the Kickstarter, if it's not already over, for you to add an option that gives the character like a Luxray type palette where he's got like the yellow hair and like a blue black shirt and pants combo?
You take a picture of your character, open it in Paint, color it the way you want. You gotta have three colors, because that's the limitation in the Game Boy-esque fashion. But you put those colors on there, send it over to me, and I'll put it in the game for the next patch.
Can I at least send you like $100 as like a thank you?
No, that's okay. You've done more than enough by sharing and streaming this game, and just hearing, someone of your caliber say so many good things about the game is more than enough.
Oh my God, thank you. All right, well,
I'm serious. I will have it in at the next patch. Just
I think.
Send me...
Yeah. I'll have to think of where to place the colors, but I think I will work on that right after this stream. I'll figure out where to put the hints of yellow, black. How are the sprite assets determined? Like, does the character have different sections? Like, this color will be applied to head and shoulder. This color will be applied to shirt and pants. How is it split up?
Yeah, so if you look right there at your main character, you got a pants color, then you got a skin color, and the third color is used for the hair and the shirt.
Oh, that's perfect. I can already tell you straight up what we're going to go for. Like, we'd probably have to settle, if we wanted yellow, we'd have to set up, we'd probably have to put yellow as the skin color. But I can already see the pants would be blue, the jacket and the hair would be black, and the skin color would be yellow, because Luxray's got the hints of yellow on his eyes and his ears, but like his legs are blue, and then the most of his body is black. So yeah, we can totally make that happen.
All right, cool.
Or even if we didn't do that, like the skin tone's pretty light, so yeah, I'll look into this. But thank you so much for making the time for me for the interview. I really appreciate it. Good luck. Is the Kickstarter still open, or is that closed by now?
The Kickstarter ended in 2018.
Oh, it ended in 2018.
The first week of early access.
Okay, is there a way for people to support besides early access, or at this point is it just purchasing the early access game?
Yeah, it's just early access. We don't have a Patreon or take donations or anything, so if you want to pick up the game or buy it for a friend, that is a huge support dog.
Okay, well, I can see right now it says save. Does it still say save 10%? Yes, it oh my God, it's only $13.49 right now. I thought it was $20. It's way cheaper than I thought it was. Oh my God. So, in that case, I'm going to give out, let's see, we're going to give out 2 codes after this, 1 code at the end of the stream. I'm going to make it 3 codes at the end of the stream, and I will buy the 2 remaining copies, because I didn't realize it was only like $13 instead of 20. So we're going to give out 2 more right after I end this interview, and we're going to give out 3 more at the end of the stream at about 6 p.m. For those of you who don't want to wait, I just linked to the game right now. I highly recommend it. Again, it is early access. There will be some glitches. There will be some bugs. But based on what I've learned so far about the breeding system, about how cute these monsters look, I think it's worth your time. Hades was a $25 game, and I already think it's a full release. I've been having a blast with it. A game like this for only $13.50, please give it your attention. There's a lot of love going into this, and it's not even finished yet. Anyway, Jason, was it?
Yeah.
Thank you for using the last of your energy on me. Thank you for the opportunity to work on the trailer for this. I'm very proud that I was able to advertise this, and whether or not I end up streaming in the future, I hope we'll get to see some more success for this.
Thank you so much for having me.
No problem, dude. You take care, okay?
You too.
All right.
Have a good one.
Take care.
Bye.
I'm all jazzed up, dude. I love seeing people with passion and drive find success, genuinely. I was in disbelief when I heard about the breeding system. I thought, I have to be misinterpreting this. I must be hearing it wrong. There's no way that it's actually like Chow Garden, where they'll take on the traits of the parents. But lo and behold, they weren't kidding. And you can actually breed every monster with every other monster. It's so cool. So why don't we find 2 winners right now? So Orpheus Joshua. Vim Declas, so nice you won twice. No, Vim already got a code. We're gonna pull again. Bronze 34. Can the 2 of you, with your name set on, yeah, can the 2 of you DM me? Either DM on Twitter or on Discord. Oh, you won on Twitter. That's right. All right. Okay, demonic slime. Please reach out to me. Please reach out to me on Discord or Twitter. So it was Orpheus Joshua and demonic slime. All right, Orpheus Joshua reached out to me on Twitter. Let me get you your code. There we go. So here is your code, Orpheus. All you need to know is that the question mark is the letter H. The question mark is the letter H. Demonic Slime, my Twitter is @SonicMega. SONICMEGA. Same as my Twitch. Very cool. Thanks for proving that it was you. Here is your code. And for your reference, the question mark is the number 0. The question mark is the number 0. Orpheus, for you, the question mark is the letter H. All right. So we got about an hour, maybe an hour and 15 minutes left. So let's make some more progress in this.
The prospectors just came out around out of nowhere. I'm going to own this town. I don't really trust that guy, Jasper. He's got a silver tongue and seems to get a thrill from taking advantage of others. Sorry, I'm not much in the mood for talking today, but please enjoy our local wares and fabulous restaurants.
They make packs seem simple in comparison. No problem, Orpheus. Congratulations. I will say this much. In order for me to gift it on Steam, I believe I need to be friends with you on Steam. So I don't know if the dev is still in the chat. I do want to purchase 2 copies of the game. So either I am happy to send you like $25 directly or $30 directly and just get 2 more codes. Or I can just have people friend me on Steam so that I can gift it to them from there. And it has to be more than a certain amount of time. Okay, so I don't know Okay, so Devoted is still here. So Devoted, if you are still here and you are willing, I would like to purchase 2 copies of the game. Just send me a PayPal or something that I can donate to. I'll send you $30 and then just give me 2 game codes that I can gift out to people at the end of the stream. Because it'll be a little bit weirder if I have people friend me on Steam since they have to be friends for a certain period of time. But please don't give them to me for free. My original plan was to gift them via Steam, and I want to support the game. So please honor me that much.
Oh, hello there, young boy. At times over the past 20 years, I would take a moment to look out to sea. I could always see them watching. Those monsters just beyond the shore. The Ethiel. No hope lies beyond the shore. That's what everyone says. It's only now at the end of my life that I ask myself, is it really the Ethiel that are watching?
That is angry Lapras.
Oh, what a selfish man I must be. To have spent my life carefree and now burden you with troubling questions like these, when you are so young. Enjoy your life, boy. It goes by so much quicker than you can even imagine.
Glitch, I appreciate it, but please don't tell me what I can and can't recruit yet. I'd like to be surprised for it by myself. I like it how there's these monsters just kind of chilling on the side. I don't know what he looks like, but I want to say hi to him. I'm a walking error. Oh! Oh, there's just monsters out here. Come look! Yes!
No.
Okay. Look who I'm gonna summon out.
Bork.
Bork Bork!
If I build this chair out here, will it distract you?
Huh?
If I build this
No, it's fine.
like, I don't really have space to build it now.
Get that goat! Get that goat! Get that goat! No! Oh! We can't actually use him yet because we had a second Laz! No! The goat is waiting for us at the farm! That's our goal now. That's our goal now. Oh, there was another one. This is so cool, dude. Like, What type is he? Okay. Oh, that's not good. Oh, that's not good at all. I want to whittle him down just a little bit more. Nice. Now the question is, like, I don't know how scarce money is in this world. So as much as I want to heal my monsters up, like... Now, is there a way to bring up, like, a map? I will ask this much. For those who play, is there a way to bring up, like, a larger map, or is just that mini-map on the lower left all we have for now? The map is in the notebook. Interesting. Okay. So I have heard that there's rare monsters called Brilliance, and they shine with all the colors of the rainbow. I want Rainbow Goat. My personal dream is to get Rainbow Goat. Oh, didn't mean to use two of them. Rain Goat. So I appreciate that it divides the experience among everyone, because it means like, hey, you could choose to solo level up and it'll take you about the same amount of time, or you can just fight the monsters you come across, but it's gonna take everyone a lot longer to level up. So I appreciate that. It doesn't feel like I'm gonna like over level too quickly because everybody gets the same like base experience that even a solo fighter would get.
Whoa there, boy. We're doing some pretty sensitive work here. This equipment is fragile. Stay back in town now. I can't afford to lose time dealing with nosy folks like you.
Boss! Boss! This place is absolutely loaded! We've got at least 20,000 gold worth of mineral zephyr on the surface alone!
And you'll keep it down. We're trying to get a good deal on this contract. Don't go shouting something like that.
Sorry, boss.
Listen, kid. You keep your mouth shut. Last thing we need is for Jasper to know about this. Everyone's out for themselves in this business. We'll be working for less than minimum wage if Jasper finds out how valuable this place really is. Here, take 100 gold and you can grab whatever's loose on the cave floor. Just stay quiet and get back to town until we're down. We're done.
Plain outrank others in inherent power. You'd think general power level would be a good indication of the monster's power, but powerful monster at level 10 will still beat a level 10 Rodask easily. Oh boy, I just keep screwing up. I swear it's my first year on the job. I want to see if we can find, like, one more monster before we head back to town. I like how the sun reflects on the water. That's cool, too. I love this music. It's so cute. I would enjoy. I think the brilliant monsters are a 1 in 1,000 chance. So there's no real likelihood that we will find one today, but please, can I have your... My wife finds shinies, like, so effortlessly.
I'm up to 90 in Pokemon Go.
Tell you what, if we find a shiny during this stream, I will gift out 10 random gift subs. Staggers the foe and disrupts them by 1 synergy. Oh, okay. So if a team is trying to build up synergy, I can prevent them from, like, having super powerful moves. You can rename them! Yes! Oh! That's so cool. Rainbow Goat? Rainbow Goat? Oh, I got my hopes up. Actually, Ghosty, that is why I named him Sarah. That is exactly the reason why I named him Sarah. From Land Before Time.
Tell me you're my favorite dinosaur and you didn't tell me?
I'm willing to try it. I'll farm here just a little bit longer, just in case we can get a rainbow bleed. The chances are so low, though. We should probably heal up, though. Welcome to Burger King Foot Lettuce, the sequel. Today we are playing Foot Lettuce Crown. A 1 in 1,000 chance for a shiny monster is pretty low, but not impossible. But because he was persistent and he continued to hunt for the goat, little did he know. Oh, you'll see it, but what is that? Peace, brother. Gotta go. Oh, shoot. Okay. So you can't actually... Oh, you can heal. Okay. You got this, Carl. You got this, Carl. It's Randall. I am gonna name him that if I get him.
What's Randall? What is Randall?
So the rainbow monsters actually show up on the overworld. Good to know. Oh, that was close. Numtus Fibter Kingfootlet Burger Teen. I believe we can find a shiny goat. Where are the goats? Where are the goats? They must show up at different times in the day. Wait, triple question mark? I feel like I'm gonna have a lot of fun with this. Wild hybrids. Oh. Is that something that also shows in the overworld? Or, like, you wouldn't be able to tell until you got into battle, right? Oh, I didn't see what the difference was. Oh. So, is a wild hybrid, like, something that just contains elements of two different monsters? Or does wild hybrid mean, oh, it's just a particularly rare monster in the region? It contains different elements. So there is a Randall in the game that is a different type. But that Randall that showed up happens to be a rare hybrid. Yeah, that's what I was thinking, Griff. It sounded like it was a crossbreed. Interesting. Alright, I'll give this, like, 3 more minutes to see if we can find a rare goat. And then I'll move on. Where will it show, like, whatever stat boosts that I've got? Self-healing? That's gonna help a lot. Dang, that's powerful. It's nighttime. The night monsters have to come out now. Here's like 20 bucks. Can you keep a secret? Well, he also said that anything that was sitting on the floor of the cave we could keep too. So that's a pretty good dealio. I want the rain goat. I'd be ruthless, man. So, can someone explain what the scouting action does? Does it just, like, make that specific enemy run towards you? I'm trying to figure out what it actually accomplishes. Because I've seen enemies still run towards me, even without me using that ability. Oh! Oh! It'll do damage before the fight. Oh, that's so cool! Can you do that to a boss? If you actually KO, you get some money. Good to know. Okay. So let me get some experience with actually doing that. Let's see if I can actually pull it off. That's weird. So it doesn't always work. Like, as you saw, I pressed the Z button when it was on him. Is there like a timing to it? Maybe I have to, like, give it a second so that, like, it can update once we target the enemy. We'll figure this out. Oh, so you just wait. You don't press anything. Pressing something cancels it. So all you have to do is line yourself up with the enemy and then press 1, and if it targets, then the dog will hop in front and do it. So let me try this. So I just wait. Okay, so he'll do it automatically, and it starts a fight. Okay, now that I understand it, it's a lot easier. Alright, last chance. Special goat. It doesn't look like there's an equivalent of PP, no. Alright, let's try that. Let's see if we can make it work. Alright, cool. So that's how we make money on the overworld. Now I can actually afford to, like, heal myself up. So the question is, chat, based on the monsters we have right now, who should the goat breed with? Do we want goat dog? Do we want... goat dog? But I need a second dog. I don't want to get rid of Carl. Oh my god. Okay, if we unlock breeding before the end of this... I will make a goat dog.
I'm gonna say something
What?
that you're going to probably get upset by.
What?
You're no better than Shout.
My wife said, you're gonna breed a dog with a goat, you're no better than Shout Tucker.
Also known as best man.
Vicious. Vicious. Alright, so now that I've got that practice in. If you're super fast, like frame 1, you don't even need to put distance in. Come on, frame 1. Ah. All right, let's heal up. Let's heal up and make some story progress. Unfortunately, no rainbow goat for us today. No special goat. What?
He's a rainbow.
Buy some more packs, though. Goat Dog is really going to be Houndoom.
The prospectors are nearly done. That's great. Jasper? What do you mean, Jasper? Why would they be dealing with... Oh, crap. Can you come with me? Listen. It's all legal in black and white. You can't argue with the paperwork. You own the only store in town. You nickel and dime us and charge us ridiculous amounts of money. We can barely afford food for our kids. You want to own the mine, too?
Jasper's going to own the mine?
Of course I'm going to own the mine, you goddamn peasants. What, you're all angry because you didn't think of it first? Because you lost a good deal when I was the one fast and smart enough to get in on it before you? That's just the law of nature, you cowards. Forward thinkers, entrepreneurs, go-getters, it's people like me who reap the rewards. The mayor was going to sign it. The deed was supposed to be ours. The king himself agreed. We should all own it. We should all reap the rewards of our hard work. We'd finally be on the map. We'd all be wealthy. Too bad. You were all too weak to reach out and take it, and it's mine now. Don't you worry. I'll be sure to pay you at least a little something to work for me. You'll afford to feed your children. That's what you want, right? You annoying, nosy child. You think having a monster makes you untouchable, don't you? I'm a forward thinker. Do you really think a man like me wouldn't be prepared for trouble like you?
Oh, what is that? Oh, what the hell is that? Oh, it switched. They switched. That's why. Nice.
Damn you! Damn you, punk! Damn all of you! You're all beneath me, just bottom feeders grasping for pennies. You'll never make it without me!
You better run, Jasper. You better pray I don't catch you.
You think you can own us? You think you can starve our kids?
David was right about you.
What that kid did to your monster, I'm gonna do to you!
Oh. Okay, I thought he was gonna jump into the boat. Jasper's son. Dad, wait! Oh no. The Ethiel. Dad! Dad! That occurred? It's ketchup. His bottle of ketchup. He brought some food for the road. What a great adventure! Uplifting music, dead father. I don't know what that's worth. Dang, that monster was frickin' loaded. That monster was not loaded. Get out of the way! Doggo, I told you to get up! Right? Aw, damn it. I was hoping it wouldn't kill him. What? It is 5:33. Please leave me alone. Please leave me alone. They want me dead. Oh, he's mad. Oh, he's mad.
Are you fighting monsters or people?
Monsters.
No, because they're look like a chair.
They keep chasing me, dude. Bunk. Alright, let's actually heal this guy like we wanted to. I've been trying to grab fruit this whole time. Bonks for stonks. Here we go. Let's find one more. Or no more. I'm assuming the music will come back? There we go. Poor Jack. I want to recruit that puppo or that weird dino thing. Jasper.
You know, he pressured me into signing over the deed to the mine. I should have been stronger for my people. They deserve a strong leader. I just hope we can move on from here and build a brighter future.
Alright. Let's move to the mine. Alright, it does look like there's like a half-second delay. Boop. Boop. Got some money now. Any final goats? Any final goats? No? No? No goats. Totes, no goats. Oh, there's a goat. Alright, take care, Glitch. Woo! That was close. He's kind of cute. Ugh. Boof. Fish. Bonefish. Jaws. Oh, he chompy boy. What is this thing? Oh, big turtle! Oh, I don't want it to die then. Oh no! Oh, come on. That was too strong. Oh, you can't win them all. I'll have to go hunting for that after stream then. Damn. Oh! Chisel shrimp. He's adorable. Oh, he just fucking died. Jesus. All right, maybe we should try damaging these guys out of battle first. So okay, this is an interesting turn on events. Like, if you don't feel like leveling up for experience, then you just attack them in the overworld. Then you just attack them in the overworld, and you can get, that's how you raise up your gold, or you fight them in order to level up your team over time. All right, you're a little too strong, my dude. What? Oh, it's a geyser. It pushed me up to the second floor? Oh, it changed the water level. Interesting. What the? There's a kid here on our turf? Bad enough we got those mobster suits messing with us. We've been working on draining this damn cave for too long. I ain't gonna move an inch. I ain't letting some kid push us around either. Let's mess him up. We'll show the boss we're still worth it. We ain't too weak for some kid. They're 2 weeks for some kid. Mom! Mom, I'm hungry. Mom. Screw you, kid. You're gonna pay for that one day, mark my words. The boss is gonna make you all pay. Floating fish. Still has to jump. So you finally stopped Jasper, that greedy bastard. Not to mention you gave those lowlife cave squatters a bad day. There are enough people out there fighting for what's right these days. I just wanted to say keep it up, Lux. Name's David, by the way. See you around. High temperatures quickly dehydrate and leave you vulnerable to monster attacks. What is that? Triple pupper! Triple goat. Thrice the head pats. Okay, he's got good defenses. Yeah, I should probably check, like, the stats of my monsters. Dang, he's got a lot of HP, too. Attack, manage, speed, defense, resist. Okay. Oop. Pulled that out. Oh, he's got really fast speed. Keep finding slightly better parents to pair it with. Yo-ho! Well, what do you know? A fellow tamer. Wait, hold on. Okay, looks like that predator monster isn't around right now. A few tamers and I have a campsite set up not too far from here. Come on over, we'll fill you in. So lately there's been a Tanacrook running rampant, terrorizing anyone that strays from the main path here in Desperado Province. Normally Tanacrook hang out in the deep woods north of here, but this one is clearly filled to the brim with ambition. The main thing to remember, and I know I don't need to tell a fellow tamer this, but people gotta stick to the beaten path unless they're ready to get hopelessly lost and attacked by ravenous beasts. The roads and signs exist for a reason. Ah, so here we are. This is a tamer camp. You'll find them scattered across the land, and they're a great place to rest up and exchange intel and rumors with other tamers. We actually decided to stick around a little longer today and keep an eye out for that Tanacrook, but unfortunately for us, he's smart enough to realize he'd be in over his head if he messed with us. Anyway, tamers, stay alert and stay safe. Oh, you're headed to see the King of Humanism? You'll want to follow the road north from here. Make a pit stop in Crossroads Town to rest up, then follow the path from northeast to the kingdom. Here, I'll mark it on your map. So I think we'll go into Crossroads Town, go to the part where we can exchange codes and switch out our party, and that's when I will give out the monster code for you guys to use. And we'll give away the final 3 codes and call it a stream.
When you start a fire, you can camp next to it and heal up. Be sure to pick up some camp logs in Crossroads Town so you can rest on the go.
Out-of-territory monsters are just the worst. I'm sort of surprised that Drungus hasn't scared him back home yet. They have dragon's blood, you know. I have to go off the beaten path. That's how you find all the good monsters. Oh my god! That was a lot of stuff! Thought I saw Panda there.
Since you were hunting for goats.
I'm goat's butter. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that. Alright, I can come back here to explore later. Oh, 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 what is that? What is that? What is that? Oh my god. Oh, what the? Oh, no. 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 Oh, oh. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Get out. Really? Oh. Oh, please. Oh, please. Get back on the beaten path. Get back on the beaten path. Oh, oh. Oh, he looks cute. I like him. He's like a steed. All right, it wasn't a total loss. Not again! Not again! I should have learned!
I made a chair.
Nice. Whew.
Do you ever feel bad for the monster Apo? Wait, you don't know about Apo? You're coming from the Windy Province. You must know the small grazing monster Apo well. Well, most get stricken by a fungus and turn into Laz sooner or later. But those that don't are said to be able to transform into a fairly powerful monster using a, what was it called? Super Grow! A curious formula that can supercharge plant-like monsters. The great thing about transformation items is that if you use them in battle, their effect is temporary, but using them outside of battle makes the change permanent. Monsters really are amazing. I bet there are even more transformation items out there yet to be discovered.
Interesting. So we have to find an Oppo with a transformation item in order to create a different type of... Yeah, they're like evolution stones. So monsters have different evolution paths, apparently. You know better. I wanted to see what happened if I, like, got the scouting out. Like, what if I whittled it down enough? It wouldn't let me scout. It wouldn't let me do it. Oh, it did nothing. It did nothing. It did nothing. Oh, no. Please, sanctuary, 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 sanctuary. This horse dragon thing looks so cool.
I'm sorry, a what?
Horse dragon. Come look at it.
Honey,
What?
Jeremy!
Hey, Jeremy, you're right. I'll see if I can find another one.
You need to catch Jeremy.
I did catch Jammy. Here, I'll show you in the notebook. As soon as I find it.
He's the goat.
Still pressing down. There he is.
Hey, Jimmy.
Name him Jeremy?
Hey, Jimmy.
Did you name him Jeremy?
Jimmy Tinderfoot.
You have not answered my question.
I haven't had a chance to name him yet. Look, there's another one.
That one's a mean dragon.
Town of Crook does not care. I want a rainbow monster. Ooh. Like the western vibe to this town. Emergency steam release. Use caution in this area. Dew Serp is my only friend. Thankfully, we shared the same vices. Ha! Oh, it's a double snack! It's staring very wide-eyed, smiling at nothing in particular. It makes little steam noises. I swear, I saw this terrifying girl walking through town the other day. She looked like the fire in her eyes could kill a man dead if she tried hard enough.
Me.
Service stork lift, better let it rest. To your... Meep. Did you know we have our very own Roost courier service? It's great! I can visit my friends in Aprenton and Frobeck. They're just a Storklift ride away. Storklift can even deliver monsters you've sent somewhere else if your party is full. Just be sure to register with the courier service inside this building. Here we go. This is the good stopping point for the stream. I figure you should be able to explore the rest of the world for yourself. Welcome to the Roost Postal Service.
Oh, it's you, Lux, right? This is the Roost Courier Service. We use monsters called Storklift to carry packages from one place to the next. That's how I got that rowdy monsters of yours to you. I guess I should trust Isaac. You're still in one piece. You're free to use our services if you want. We can pick up packages or monsters for you from around the island. Just approach any Storklift and they'll be able to fly you to any town you've reached, or retrieve monsters that were sent back to the farm. I hope you enjoy using Storklift. They're really wonderful monsters.
So, talking to this guy inside allows you to exchange your monsters out. So now we can add people to our team. For example, Goat. Can I not check him right now? There we go.
Oh, he malicious. Malicious and vicious.
That was a bit of a glitch. Hopefully that didn't remove all my monsters. Okay, we're good. Let's see. This music has, like, more instruments in it than I'm used to. Like, because it's a chiptune game, I keep expecting it to be pure chiptune, and it keeps surprising me. Like, this music's pretty boppin'. Alright, so we definitely need to put Goat on our team. I think I'll also put Big Horse. So he's Brute type, Will type, Relentless, Will type, Malicious, Malicious, Brute, Brute. Alright, I'm gonna move out one of the Brutes. We gotta give ourselves, one of the tricks, the poison types. Can we bring, yes, we'll bring Randall. Now I gotta figure out where, I think somewhere in this town is where we can put codes in. There have been all sorts of shady folks about recently. Those men in suits can't be up to anything good the way they slink about.
This town's a place for people from all over. We've got lots of talented folks, and lots of folks looking for work. You've also got your bunch of hooligans every now and then, again, but just like anyone else, they leave as soon as they come.
Oh, okay. Well, I'll still give the code before we end the stream. This damn kid came out of nowhere messing with us. I swear, next time I see him, I'm gonna tear him a new... Hey, there's the little hooligan right now! You little shit. I'm gonna tear your head clean off. Oh. Oh. These guys giving you trouble, Lux? Damn it, you're that other slightly bigger hooligan. Get them! Team battle? Oh. It's her. What is that monster behind her? Oh! Oh! I think we can beat him. Oh, okay.
Boss, they're waking up.
Oh, she's working with them.
Beth!
Let us go. What do you want from us?
You slither around acting like you're some sort of savior, trying to convince everyone that they'll succeed just by listening to their heart, just by working with others. It's sick how you think that you're helping people. But all the same, they've started to turn their back on a loudmouth like you, haven't they? And to think that someone like you would let your skills be bought. I would be disappointed, but it's no surprise that all the sugary promises you spew are fake. Money, power. They're what everyone really wants. Even you, David.
What the hell are you talking about? I'm not working for anyone. And here you are surrounded by hired thugs to protect yourself. You're lecturing me about selling out?
These men, they're weak. They trust anyone with enough coin. They aren't strong enough to fight for themselves. I'm not like them. I'm not a pawn. Those who think they can control me with money and power will taste their own blood and wash it down with my hatred. I bow to no one. No lord, no king, not anymore, and never again. Acting out of the good of your heart, such lies. I won't be convinced by your fake altruism, David. Now talk! You must be working with someone. I'll find the truth one way or another. Talk, David. Tell me who sent you. Tell me who dares to try to steal what I've suffered to attain. Tell me what I need to know, how to find them, how to kill them, or I'll kill this puny little friend of yours, and you will watch him bleed onto the floor before your very eyes. There's no way I'll let you do that. Could someone please stop me from being beat up? Thank you. Oh, okay. You just saved my ass from being beat and left for dead. Are you okay? That was Beth. I'm sure I don't need to tell you that she's bad news. She's nothing but a power-hungry tyrant who thinks anyone who can't fend for themselves is worthless. Hypocrite. She goes on about how people can't trust anyone to lead them, and she hires a bunch of muscle like that. Omazon, it's okay, buddy. We're gonna be okay. It was just a little blood. Lux, I'm sorry you got dragged into this. Humanism Kingdom is a ways north of Crossroads Town, and with any luck, away from this meth? This mess. I would go with you, but someone's gotta fight for the people who can't. Someone like me and Omazon. But if Beth's still in town, I don't think she's going to hold back next time we meet. I'm not ready to take her on directly. Let's rest here for the night. We both need to patch ourselves up a bit anyway. Here, we can set up camp. I'll help you with patching your wounds up. Don't worry. The mountain here is full of monsters, but I think with Omazon and your monsters with us, we won't be in any danger. The last Storcliff is heading out for the night. Do you see that, Lux? You ever wonder how far they can see, that high up in the sky? I wonder if they see over the horizon, beyond the clouds, past where we can see, to more peaceful lands. It's hard to believe that the world can be peaceful sometimes. There's a lot of loss and grief in this world. You have to hang on to little miracles, or else they'll slip away. Like Omazon. I found him when I felt like I would never be whole again, and he's been by my side ever since. The two of us are loners, you know? We don't have much, but we have each other. Lux, are you tired? Let's get some rest. It's been a long day. You guys are never gonna let me live this down. He watches him sleep. What is that? Does the game want to proceed? Okay. What? I'm sorry, what? Segway? Is that an egg? Was it a dream? Is this egg from the colossal... Oh, it's an Ethiel egg! He makes it for an omelet. Oh, you're awake. I hate to ditch you so early in the morning, but I've got to run. I'll see you again, Lux. It was not a dream. Hmm. Just checking something real quick. Okay. So it looks like we have to meet the king before we can unlock breeding. Does anyone who's played the game know how close we are to meeting the king? If it's not the next town over, then I'll just call it here. It's the next town and a small side area after that till you get breeding. Alright, I'll let people discover it for themselves. But I think this gives a solid idea of how the game is at first. Again, it's in early access, so a lot could change. We can try. You know what? I can run back. Let's see if we can unlock breeding. Boof. I love it. It's just 3 heads stacked on top of each other.
Oh no, there's no more path. I feel like this is gonna kill me. Oh, oh, oh. We can do this. We can do this. We just gotta be careful. We've almost got it. Oh, maybe not. I don't think we can survive against it. Does that... Oh, does that make it disappear for good?
I'm waiting for you to be done so you can let me take the switch the chairs.
Okay. So, because it manages to, I guess it just makes the monster disappear, and I'd like to recruit all of the bosses, I'll go ahead and just treat it as I'll fight it when I'm ready to actually go for it or die trying.
Ow, my ankle.
What do you need help with?
Chairs.
Oh, swapping out? So let's just ignore the monsters and run to that, the extra area. And I'll work back through these areas on my own time. Oh, it does respawn? Okay, well that was good to know. The hell is that? Big boy. It's a cow dog.
So, what you're saying is that's a cow. Good boy. I'm funny.
See, the scarred province, the very place. 20 years. My daughter and my wife, I lost him to a criminal armed with a monster. I wake up every damn night to that nightmare. To defend himself. We pretend we live in a civil world. My son will leave the nest one day with a powerful monster by his side made with blood, sweat, and tears here on my ranch. If you head into the house, you'll find a fire breath move orb on the... It adds the move Inferno to a monster's potential. I don't know if that's like a one-time use or something. We can. Yeah.
Or do you want it in your
I don't think I'm gonna have room for it. I can always just get another chair if I regret it later. Oh, hello there. Travel's going well? It's nice to see a kid like you out and enjoying yourself. The world really has changed. Okay. Is that a boss? Ma! Ma! Holy shit! Mom brought gushers! Volter. I am going to have a bird on my team going forward. Oh! The bird is already on our team. Dang! Wait! Windbeat! Rivali's Gale is now ready! Where's my monster buddy? Where'd he go? Attack Shiv. Where did my monster friend go? Oh. Ghosts? He's just... My own monster is a ghost. He doesn't exist anymore. Oh. That's... Okay. I thought that soft locked the game. That's a boss. Kid, sorry to be the bearer of bad news, but this road's off limits. You see this big guy here? That's a Brutus. Normally Brutus are pretty lax until something big enough to be a threat happens along. Then look out, they get up in arms and ready for a brawl. Thing is, no matter what, he stays calm. Obviously, he's pretty cocky about his strength. Take out the beast, and I thought at first me and my loyal monster Chuck here could scare off the brute, but it won't budge. I'm just sharpening my sword and giving my Chuck a little time to... I don't know if we're good to take him on. Oh, he's powerful. What is he doing? What is he doing? Oh, he's... No. What? This seems like easy. Like, what is he doing? Don't die, please. Oh, that was powerful. Okay. Brutus, please! Brutus, please! You're gonna die, man! This is the only way to save you from poison! Brutus! Carl, you can reach out to him. Carl, convince him to come to the good side. Carl! Oh! My dude, you are so close to dying. I don't think he wants to join us. All right. All right. He chose violence. He chose violence. I gave him the chance. I gave him the chance. He decided it wasn't worth it.
Hello there, young one. What's that? You say you have a gift for me? Oh, it's beautiful. Thank you, child. What was your name? Where did you say you came from again? Quite a young boy to be coming all this way. Wait, you came from the farm in the Windy Province, you say? Can you come a bit closer? Lux. Lux. You must be Isaac's boy, aren't you? I'm so happy to hear my old friend is doing well. And he sent you to give me this beautiful pearl, too. Lux, could you wait in the castle for me? I would like to talk to you a bit more once this celebration is over. How is your father these days? Is he eating well? Keeping up with his exercise? Sorry for all the questions. I just wonder about him. I'm happy to hear he's working hard and keeping healthy. I never would have thought that Isaac's boy would be a monster tamer. And on that note, I have a gift for you.
It's a bee! That's a giant bumblebee!
Meryl, would you like to meet Isaac?
Isaac? The Isaac? I would love to.
The two of us will escort you back to the farm. I insist. It's been too long since I've heard from Isaac. The two of us used to be inseparable. You say, you didn't know that your father was friends with a king? How much do you know? Isaac was the very image of courage back then during the rebellion. We, the people, had enough, and we tore down the old world and built it anew. Your father was instrumental in that fight. Without him, perhaps we would have lacked the courage to go through with it all. Of course, we had Mao to lead us too. But of the four of us, Isaac and Mao were the ones who truly pushed onwards, with the courage to build a new world. Isaac could have been king, you know. I suppose he was never the kind to rule. He always wanted a quiet life without fear of being held in the clutches of the old king's whims.
Listen, man, I already played Dragon Quest XI. I don't need more kings being villains.
I'm surprised to hear you know so little of our history, especially for a child of Isaac's. Where is he?
Ox, you're back, thank goodness. Your father's gone. I haven't seen him all day and he didn't come home last night.
We'll look for him. Take your monster and search the forest to the north. I'll search the road.
Oh.
Nero, will you let Lux borrow that canoe so he can get around the forest?
Yes, sir. Got Cano.
That forest has always been dangerous. He could have fallen, could have gotten lost, or been cornered by the monsters within. I trust your skills as a tamer. If he's in there, you'll find him, I'm sure.
Allow you to push off from red docks and access new areas. Better try finding a red dock near the farm.
Is the red dock near the farm how we get to the actual breeding area? Okay. We're a little over-leveled for this place. Just a little. Is that a Tedon? That is not a Tedon. What the hell is that? Oh, I can't be friends with it. It was another hybrid monster. Oh, we missed out.
Wait, why can't you be friends with it?
I guess. I hope so too, Reina. Sorry, I'll come back to you. Oh, hello. Oh my god. Holy crap. Oh. Oh.
Great,
Hello, everybody.
great, 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 great,
Fall Guys. I've been hearing a lot about Fall Guys.
great,
Where is my goat?
great.
Oh my god. What up, Jonah? I just love how the goat comes in. Hello, everyone. We are making a little bit of progress in Monster Crown, which is basically Pokemon meets Shin Megami Tensei meets Dragon Warrior monsters meets all sorts of monster taming games that you know and love from your childhood. So right now we're trying to find my dad. Oh, it's him!
Mom, you said you were gonna make me pizza rolls. Mom! Mom!
Entertained.
I told you to get me the pepperoni. You got me the triple cheese, Mom. I don't like cheese. I'm lactose sensitive. I want chicken nuggets.
I'm gonna punch.
Oh,
I'm going to fucking
wait,
punch.
what is that baby? What is that baby?
There's a baby?
There's a baby.
Where is baby?
He's up on that cliff. No, I don't want the teat on.
I like to get hot wings at Buffalo Wild Wings, and I eat them in one bite because I'm a badass.
Thank you very much, Jonah. I genuinely appreciate it. And hey, maybe I want to play Fall Guys with you sometime. You know what? I saw some people playing Fall Guys, and it reminded me of the mini games that Maple Story 2 would do. Because, like, every 30 minutes, there would be this mini game that you could play on Maple Story 2 with a bunch of people.
Oh, I remember that.
How do we...
Where's the baby?
Jungle mother and 2 cubs. They seem to look very distressed. One of the babies is sick. They look to you very startled. I don't want to fight. I don't want to fight. Don't tell me I used up my healing items. Oh, wait. No, they're being attacked. Oh! Oh, we helped the family. Oh, Tamer looking to mix things up with... I'm looking for a Drangus.
You traded Jimmy?
I did. And I got Zachariah. He powerful. He like Snake Dragon. I feel so lost in this side area. I have no idea where I am.
Great!
The hell is this thing? It's dead, whatever it is. All right, I need to like actually find where my dad is.
My dumbass that moves in real life.
What is going on? What was that? What ran? He's a ghost. I just want to get to the farm, man. I just want to give out the codes. Help me. Oh, he's wearing his mask. Or is that a grin? Oh. Oh. I might be dead.
Is it that fun?
Oh, I might be dead. Carl! Rivali! You know what to do! Oh, Rivali just ate it instantly. Badass? Oh. Bonk him on the head? Oh, that did nothing. That did absolutely nothing. Oh, no. Okay, we should be okay. We should be okay. We should be okay. Oh, thank God. Isaac, I'm so glad you're okay. We were all worried sick about you, dear. I was so worried about my own son dealing with dangerous beasts, but I was the one who got fooled. Lux, thanks for bringing me back home safely. And what a surprise that my old pal Tenna would be here too.
I'm glad I got here when I did. It's been too long, man. I'm a king, and I say man. Being a king has its perks, but politics and drama have me wishing I could stretch my legs more often. I figured I may as well come to see you again.
Well, I'm glad you did. I've been working hard on the farm, and my son's been working hard as a monster tamer. His monster already seems so much stronger than it was when he left.
Would you kids like to see me do Opa Gangnam style? Your son shows a lot of potential, Isaac. I've noticed, however, he was surprisingly unfamiliar with our nation's history.
It was a terrible time. You know that, Tenna. I didn't want to expose him to it until he was old enough to handle it.
He's old enough for a monster and not old enough to know about war? That seems unfair. He's already learning. Just last week, he put an end to a devious businessman's plan in Milltown all on his own. I know you care about him and you don't want him to get hurt, but it's easy to see children as younger than they really are. I think Lux has great things in his future, and I want to help him achieve that greatness if I can. I spoke with Meryl here. With your permission, she'll be setting up a monster breeding facility to help you with your monster taming endeavors.
I do, random guy. You can hit exclamation point rolls.
Thank you for letting me stay for a while. I have to go now, but I believe one day Lux may be a champion of his generation, just like you were, Isaac. Take this note. It should grant you access to Empathy Kingdom's castle. I think you'll find some very interesting monsters along the way. You can get there by taking the road east from Crossroads Town through the Forest Province, and then Undergrowth Pass. I wish you the best of luck.
Yeah! Online play! Oh, we can trade online too! Oh, let's go! Well, I'll let you guys experience that on your own. Where do I go to turn in codes at this point? Because I think unlocking breeding also unlocked the ability to put in codes. Also, what do they mean by computer? Is this it? Million times where your dad's just the best letting me set my own breeding facility out here in the fresh open air of the Windy Province. The king was so right about him. So I guess you're new to monster breeding. I'm not surprised, you're not even my age yet. Basically, while it's extremely rare to happen in the wild, the unstable nature monster genetics make all monsters capable of crossbreeding. Lucky for us. When breeding, it's important to choose a primary and secondary beast. Even using the same two parents, choosing which monster is which can have dramatic effects on the child monster produced. Shrine Mystery and the very best breeders aren't likely to share their most precious research findings with others. One thing we know for sure, though, is that a child monster will be most like its primary parent, gaining other attributes from the secondary parent. After setting both a primary and secondary parent, you can choose breed from the menu, producing mysterious monster egg. Luckily for you, I'm Meryl, the inventor of the portable egg incubator. Here, let me give you one I brought along. Now you'll notice a monster egg icon in your field menu. Open this to check on the eggs you've created. One last thing, if you feel a monster egg shaking, be sure to open up your incubator quickly. A new monster is ready to be born and meet the world. Is the monster breeding amazing? Alright, so chat. Chat. Who's the primary? Are we getting a dog with goat traits or a goat with dog traits?
Goat with dog traits.
Or do we want three-headed goat?
Goat with dog.
Three-headed goat? Dog with goat? Let's see. I see dog with goat, three-headed goat, goat with dog, three-headed goat, dog with goat, goat with dog, goat dog, three-headed goat. Right now, I think it's equal votes. It's equal votes for three-headed goat and goat dog. Okay, I think we've got mostly goat dog. Because I only have one of each. They go away. Oh. Oh. Do I keep them?
Their parents. It's breeding.
Yeah, but I'm used to games where you have to get rid of the monsters. We can do... No, they're gone. Right?
You still don't sound sure.
Oh, we keep them. Oh, this is cool. So we don't have to get multiples. Once we catch them, we can just breed them how we choose. What the hell is that? What is that? All right, well, we're gonna hatch some eggs. All right, we'll do 4 eggs. We'll do 4 eggs. We'll do 3-headed pupper. We'll do three-headed goat, and yeah. So, move. Oh my god, I would have so much fun with this. Pumpkin dog? Yeah, let's try pumpkin dog.
Pumpkin Doge.
I hear shaking egg. All right, here we go. Oh, this is gonna look so silly. All right, let's take a look. Whoa!
What was that one?
Yet another of her children walks the earth. Flame Doggo!
What was this one?
I don't know. I think it was the dog with the goat. What do we want to name it? What was the name of the nine-tailed fox demon in Naruto?
Oh god.
Kurama? Yeah. More. More. Majestic boy! Oh my god. I don't even know. I forget what these combinations were.
Lemon goat.
That was dog goat. He looks so majestic.
Beals. Okay, Ramses is good. Oh, that one looks different. Grin.
All right. So here's the final part. This looks super cool, you guys. So anyway, if you check on the page of the game dev actually gave out 2 codes. So the VOD, let me see if I can copy it here. Give me a sec. So there's 2 codes that the game dev put on Twitter. Anyone can access this. The first one is this code. Let me see if it'll let me paste. PPKO 34NJNNN. And that gets you this animal.
Crocodile.
So that's how you get Crocodile. I'll post it in the group chat for you guys. That's the first code available on Twitter. There's a second code that's also available on Twitter. I want to make a couple of these, so hold on. The second code that's available on Twitter, anyone can access it, is... Oh, this one's cute. All right, so DGJDF. DGJDF. Oh, wrong one. DGJDF. 8PNK5. 8PNK5. The crushing cold Ix. And he looks like this.
Ew, baby. Look at baby.
However, there is one more code. This is the first time this code has gone live that he sent me. And I was told, if you don't get this monster early in the game, if you don't get this monster in the beginning of the game, it is very hard to find them in the wild. So this is the first time that we're sharing it publicly.
Great.
Wait, I think I did this one already. Go3 N4 NJNN. No! Okay, so that is its own code. So I'll post that code in the chat right now as well. This code gets you Hookla, who was one of the opening starters that you could choose from. I did not mean to do that. Hoopla! Hoopla! Not letting me rename it yet. But anyway, so I'm gonna do 3 last sets of breeding. So I want to see what happens when we fuse the birds together. This is, oh my god, I can't even, there's so much to unpack here. All right, so let's breed a couple more, and after we get this last batch of eggs, then we'll be all done. Okay. Now let's see what happens when we swap them. Oh, wrong one. We can play as God. I'm sure it really only affects the generic look. So let's get this extra egg that we had. Okay. So my guess is that it'll be the same overall monster look. It'll just change the color slightly based on which one was the main parent. And we'll know in a second when we get the bird result. All right, here we go. What happens when two birds collide? What the hell? It's one of the amalgamates. It's one of the amalgamates. It's Everyman. He pink. All right, we'll do like 3 more fusions and then call it a day. All right. Out of all the monsters, chat, what are 3 more fusions you want to see? All right, tell you what. We'll do 3 winners. I'll do 3 winners. These are not the people who win the codes, but whoever wins gets to pick the fusion. So first, Bone Zone, which fusion do you want to see? The biggest model and the smallest one. Okay, we've got that. Does this work for you, Drangus and Rodask? Or would you rather have Rodask and, Brutus, or, Shoal? Between the two, I'm gonna go with actual biggest model, Drangus. Okay, so Drangus and Rodask? Okay. What are the odds? Corinne, what's a fusion you want to see? Corinne! Going once. Okay. Is there a fish goat? We can make a fish goat. Would you like to make a fish goat? All right. We need one more winner. The PKmon 11. What fusion would you like to see? Going once. Going twice. No, I'll just draw again, but hold on. I'm gonna make two fusions that I want to see. I wanted to see what happens. Okay, we've got all of them here. Ghosty! Which one do you want to see? Walrus and Drangus. Okay. All right. So let me make mine first. Ooh, interesting. All right. Next one is Hot Skitty on Whale Lord action. So we'll do it in the order. Hot Skitty on Whale Lord action. The second one was... Fish Goat. That's right. All right. Oh no. There we go. Oh, that is the sickest looking egg I've seen all day. That looks so cool. What the hell is that? And then what was the last one? Oh, Drangus and what else? Drangus and Shoal. Big man. All right, here we go. egg is NC-17. That egg has boobies. All right, so if chat can note this down for me, the first fusion was Doggo with Ghost. First fusion was Doggo with Ghost, or I can write this down. Okay, Doggo plus Ghost. 2 was okay, third was... Fourth was... There we go. So there's the combinations of the eggs we had in the order that they will hatch. Oh, Angie egg. Here's Angie egg. This was fish goat. This was fish goat. Whoa! That's brutal! Whoa! Oh, that's so cool. This one was Bedded Brutes. This was the final one. Oh my god. That was kind of like a mythological creature. I don't remember this one. I think this is the Raven with the Wisp Dragon. Oh, this was the goat with Drangus. This is Skitty and Wheelord. It's like a crab rabbit. It's a crab rabbit. This was Raven and Wisp Dragon. Oh! All right. Time for the final one. Doggo and Ghost. I'll do one more since we already had that one. I'll fuse the ghost with the dog. I'll fuse the ghost with the dog and see what happens. All right, the last two I want to do. The last two I want to do are... It was Ghost and Dog, and then what was the other one? Yes, okay, okay.
What the hell is that? What is that? What is that? What is that? The void!
All right. These are the final two. While we wait for the eggs to be ready, here's our winner of the first of the last 3 codes. Dr. Volpine, do you not own a copy of the game yet? Please DM me on Twitter or Discord, and I'll get you one of the last codes. Let me know where you message me so I can check for it. There you are. Okay. Here is your code. The question mark is the letter E. The question mark is the letter E. The void. The void. What the hell is that? Time for the last one. What the hell? I'm sorry, the mustache made me think of the Great Deku Tree. I'm trying to think. Pine. Oh, no! Oh my god. Cerberus. I like that one too. Alright, so for our final 2 winners, the problem with Steam is I want to gift out copies of the game, but apparently Steam has like a lock where if we're not already friends on Steam, you have to wait like 3 or 7 days before you can actually be gifted a game. So, I'm just giving a heads up for the final 2 winners. I'm going to reach out to the owner and say I would like to purchase 2 copies of the game and just have you give me the codes. So I will send them the money and have him give me 2 more codes. I will reach back out to these final 2 winners and I will get you your code as soon as possible, but I do not have them on me immediately. So please be aware of that. I will do what I need to do to get you the code. It just won't be right now on this stream. So with that being said, Bone Zone. Well, hold on. Bone Zone won the fusion thing. Bone Zone won the fusion thing. So this is a separate win. Okay, I'll pass it along. So new winner. Black Rabbit, you are one of our winners. Black Rabbit, do you own the game already? Okay, cool. And Blue Bangs, do you own a copy of the game? Awesome. Well, make sure you guys are following me. Cool. Send me a DM on Twitter or Discord. At this point, Discord might be better just because it'll be easier for me to remember to check it. I will get you the code as soon as possible. To everyone else, I am probably going to nuke this file once I'm done with the stream just because I rushed through to kind of get to the breeding and the code part. And I want to experience this, like, myself. Like, on my pace, on my terms. I don't think I'm going to revisit this game on stream because I want people who are interested to experience it for themselves. I don't want the monster fusions to be ruined for you. Maybe if people really want it, but I think we've got plenty of other options. But it is a case where I would play through the game at my own pace. I wouldn't rush through anything. But thank you guys so much for tuning in. This was a blast. Give some love to Crown Dev for just the kindness. Just all of the free gift codes that I got today to give out came from Crown Dev besides those final 3. So give their Twitter some love, share some posts. Pretty much. Like, if this looks like your kind of game, if you are a big fan of fusion results and, like, creating your own hybrid monsters, I did not realize how much passion had been put into this game. So I think in there here, that is their Twitch name, is devoted to Neurosis, but Crown Dev is their Twitter. Well, now you'll be able to, Blue Bangs. So I will reach out to them. In the meantime, I have someone I want to raid if they are still on. I saw that Truly a Vaporeon was raiding. Please tell me she's still on. Please tell me she's still on. Yes! Yes! Oh my god.
You were my first
She's on. We're raiding her. Truly a Vaporeon is the one who does Vap Comics. Truly a Vaporeon does Vap Comics. So just ask her about Vap Comics. She's the one, I shared a post earlier. The comic was about dragon types. So, raid phrase. So this is your raid phrase. Feed that Dratini. Thank you guys so much for the support. For those of you who won the game, I hope you enjoy it. For those of you who didn't, please consider buying it on the Steam store. It's $13.49. It's not very expensive, and it's already so comprehensive for something that's going to have a bunch of stuff added to it. Don't forget, tomorrow, Bug Fables. We're going to take down another bonus boss, mark my words. Take care of yourselves. Eat well, sleep well. See you next time. Let's raid.